Welcome back, everybody, to Five Reasons Sports Network, and it's day 2 of the NFL Draft. News that we got overnight is that the Dolphins actually were trying to trade back into the first round. Who were they targeting? I don't know. Apparently, they wanted somebody. We don't know who that's going to be. I don't think they'll ever admit it, but nevertheless, if Chris Greer actively said that they wanted to get back into the first round, then odds are there's a distinct possibility that they're going to try to get into the early second round to get their hands on somebody who's still available right now. So going through the list here, I have the simulator up and everything is up to date from last night. So what I'm going to go ahead and let me pull this up here, starting the draft. We have all these players that are currently still available for Miami to select if they make it that far. Cooper DeJean, Drazan Newton, Adonai Mitchell, who I personally don't want, Kool-Aid McKinstry, JPJ, Jackson Powers Johnson. That's somebody that I would love to get my hands on if it's at all possible. Apparently, Brendan Rice is being shown on ESPN right now. I believe that's Jerry Rice's son, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there, once again, we have the pedigree going on there. Troy Franklin, Tyler Newman, Ladd McConkey still available. Keon Coleman, who I know that Coach Eric Smith, who was on last night, is still very much in favor of. Roman Wilson's available. Jatavion Sanders. Duke, I believe during our mock draft, you said that you did not like Jatavion Sanders, but the Dolphins apparently do.
He's not a good blocker. So it goes back to again what I mentioned Tuesday with the 3 yards per carry Locked On Dolphins crossover that they did. Both CK and Alf said Miami does not need to draft for 2026. That's the one thing they can't do. And last night they kind of sort of did.
And that was why I was so frustrated, and y'all had to walk me off the ledge.
Well, I mean, he's going to contribute now, but he's not going to be he's not going to be like a penciled in, like this guy's getting 800 snaps or whatever. But anyway,
I welcome Eric Whitekey to the show. Hello, sir.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Dude, go ahead.
But if you draft Jatavion Sanders, that is a pick for 2025, 2026. They will find some use for him in 2024, but I don't think he's the guy that's ready to be a major contributor in 2024. So I'm not a fan. And again, his blocking is bad. I was watching film on Xavier Worthy, and there were plays that didn't work because he didn't block them. And it wasn't like, he's trying to block a defensive end and some guy that's, 60 pounds heavier or something than him was knocking him over. He just was straight up missing guys. So, if they take him, I get it, but I'm not, I'm not a huge fan of that. Not when you can get at this point in the draft, you've got all the interior offensive linemen available. Jackson Powers Johnson, Christian Haynes, Cooper Beebe. You've got those guys. You've got some receivers that you could go get. I would take that over any of those over Jatavion Sanders at this point.
I agree with that. I do. I personally, at this point, like the idea of a tight end, that's something that needs to be done in the later rounds, not so much really early on.
And I want to mention this because I mentioned this last night, and Coach Eric's, we discussed this. You're talking about pick 55, assuming Miami does not move. That is great value, in my opinion, for a guard, particularly somebody like JPJ or Haynes or somebody who was. These are guys that were projected to go possibly earlier. And JPJ was earlier in the draft season, projected to go in the first round. Miami picking him at 21. If you get him at 55, that's good work. So that's solid value. I would absolutely like that over any project player. And I will give you another offensive lineman that I would not want to see tonight, even though I would see the pathway, and that's Patrick Paul. And from what I've read and heard about him, he is on the same trajectory as an Austin Jackson. So he's not a guy that you're going to expect to be a major contributor in 2024. That's not a name I would be a fan. Now, he's got some great tools. He's 6'8", like 36-inch arms or something like that. He's very toolsy, a guy that you can mold into a good player. And I would get it, but again, you're talking about a guy that's not going to be a player much in 2024.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Before we get too much further into it, want to go ahead and mention that, once again, everything that we do on the 5 Reasons Sports Network, and we are very appreciative of all of our sponsors here. Number one, and has been around for a very long time, prizepicks.com. Use the promo code 5, that's FIVE, and they will match up to $100 on your initial deposit when you go to PrizePicks and sign up. And once again, for anybody who is in South Florida, for a brief period of time, it was not legal in South Florida. Now it once again is with their new arena mode. Make sure you go to prizepicks.com. Once again, just use that promo code 5 and they will match up to $100 on your deposit when you sign up. I'm looking forward to getting right back in and getting started all over again. And as always, once again, also have a brand new sponsor, and we're going to go ahead and play that for you, is jerseys305.com. So brand new sponsor, we'll go ahead and give them a shout out right here.
Hey, it's Ethan Skolnick for the 5 Reasons Sports Network. We've got a great new sponsor that fits with us perfectly. It's called jerseys305.com. That's jerseys305.com. This is your home for dead stock and vintage jerseys from the Heat, Panthers, Dolphins, Marlins, and the other local teams. Their mission was born from a passion for wearing jerseys of the old styles and the past players. Jerseys 305 aims to make every fan stand out from the crowd with unique pieces that you don't commonly see anymore. Maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago, but not today. And Jerseys 305 was created by the fans, for the fans. They're diehards just like you. In fact, they're probably listening to this episode right now. So check them out, Jerseys 305, their partnership with 5 Reasons Sports, celebrating with a 10% discount on the next purchase using the code 5 at checkout. Unlock your exclusive savings on the entire vintage collection.
Alrighty, so once again, jerseys305.com. Use that promo code 5, and you'll get 10% on your next purchase. With any luck, Chop Robinson will be on that list of theirs in the next 15 years. So, well, again, the Chop Robinson pick, I get it, I understand it, and honestly, I'm not quite as down on it as I was before last night. But I still feel like they could have gotten a more immediate contributor, especially again. There were reports about Jalen Phillips and how Jalen Phillips was feeling, how he was doing. Not everybody recovers at the same rate. It's not like he's guaranteed to just be like a shell of his former self at the beginning of the season. From what we're looking at, from what we're being projected, like Jalen Phillips is doing freaky athletic stuff that he really shouldn't be doing this soon off of an Achilles injury. And that's just casually. So now I'm not saying that, go ahead and put the pads on him now and he's ready to go. But there's still a good 4 months before the season is going to be started. So quite frankly, I think Jalen Phillips will be ready for the start of the season. So if it's him and Chop Robinson, and then Shaq Barrett is going to be doing his thing too. Again, I feel like I wish they could have picked somebody who would have been much more like a year-long contributor, like a starter kind of person, not somebody who is going to be getting his fair share of snaps in spells. That's my whole point with Chop Robinson.
Well, for me, I think we have to kind of think about it. There's really only, if you look at it, there's really only a handful of positions that you would mark down as quote unquote starters. That's generally your offensive line and your quarterback. Every other position, it's not like basketball where you have these guys that they start every week and they play like a certain amount of minutes and then they come out and rest and then they go back in or whatever. I mean, you have particularly on the defensive line, you have these rotations and you need 3 edge rushers. So I think the issue with Chop Robinson is not that he's not going to be a contributor in year one. And I think you have to look at it in terms of snaps. I think he's going to get snaps. The question is he a guy like, for example, Leatu Latu, who could come in and immediately be a guy that's, if you needed him to play all the snaps, could. He doesn't need extra development, even though all college players do. That's the thing with Chop Robinson, is that he's a guy that he's projected to need some development. He's not a ready-made guy to come in and be like a super duper star. And I think that's what people are kind of upset about. But he's going to contribute. He's going to get in there. And
But go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I mean, the other thing about it though is realistically, like, this we need to give Chris Greer his flowers just a little bit. Free agency did a really good job of bouncing back from some of the losses that we had early on, the Christian Wilkins, the Andrew Van Ginkel. I mean, I remember it. We were all feeling as down as can be at the end of night one of free agency with the max exodus. And I think we can all agree they've done a really good job of kind of rebounding from that feeling to the point now, I think, even where we looked at the draft and we said to ourselves, really, the Dolphins don't have a lot of like, oh my God, we need X position. Oh my God, we need Y position. They set themselves up to go BPA. Do I think they went BPA for 2024? Probably not, but I think they went BPA with a guy who the ceiling that a guy like a Chop Robinson gives you is arguably a top 5, top 8 ceiling in the class overall among all the prospects. So I think that's really what they're banking on with a guy like a Chop Robinson, is in a situation where you don't have a lot of dire needs, you go for the highest upside swing. And so I can't necessarily fault them for that at this point. Even if it's at a position where he may not play as much, but I do recall him playing a little bit of 3 technique at Penn State. So it wouldn't shock me to see him even get some reps kind of from the interior occasionally with this team. There's a lot of usage that I think is going to be interesting with Anthony Weaver.
Yeah, he said that, I think they said last night that Penn State and Baltimore runs the same kind of defense. Mm-hmm. And I watched some video of him last night. I was up to like 2:00 in the morning because I can't sleep after draft night. It's just not possible. And there were plays where he was lined up over the center as a stand-up rusher. So yeah, they said, I played edge rusher and nose. I'm like, nose? That's what they do. They move him around. So he's definitely going to be a sub-package contributor. He's going to be a guy that comes in, and particularly in long passing downs or in passing situations, there's going to be games that he's going to play more than others. I mean, if you're playing, a run-heavy team, you're probably not going to have him in there a lot. If you're playing a team like Buffalo that throws the ball a lot, he's going to get a lot of reps. The other thing that I noticed last night was that a comparable for him was David Ojabo, who was drafted a couple years ago. He was a Michigan edge rusher. He tore his Achilles on his pro day. He would have been a first-round pick. He went 45, I believe, in 2022 to the Baltimore Ravens. If you look at their size, their measurables, their testing numbers, they are practically the same dude. I mean, they are almost a match from Chop's slightly shorter by like an inch and an eighth or something. He's slightly shorter arms, but he's had slightly better athletic testing numbers. So when I see things like that, I think this is a guy that Anthony Weaver looked at 2 years ago and said, this is the kind of player that we wanted, and I want a player like that in Chop Robinson. So I would say he had a significant amount of input into that. And did they not? Was there not something out there that said that the linebackers coach put together like a package in favor of Chop Robinson, and that kind of swayed Chris Greer or brought them like, we need to look at this guy. So
the pick is in for Buffalo. Last night we all had a good chuckle at Buffalo's expense because they traded out of their spot both times, and both times they missed out on wide receivers. They gave up Xavier Worthy and Xavier Legette, respectively. So it has to be a wide receiver, right? It can't be anything else.
It's going to be a wide receiver. The problem that I have is, why would you help the Chiefs? I don't care. I don't care if that's not the player you don't want to get. Why would you give them an opportunity to get a player they want? And I just don't. I mean, and you say, well, they've won the last 2 Super Bowls. Who wants to help them? Well, if you're the Arizona Cardinals, who cares? Like, you don't play them but once every few years. If you're the Buffalo Bills, this is a team you're chasing. This is a team you play in the playoffs seemingly every year. Why would you give them an opportunity to get a player they want, just so you can move down and pick up an extra like day 3 pick or something? I don't know. If that had been San Francisco trading with Buffalo, I get it. I don't understand it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I can't. So here we go. It looks like we're going to finally get to find out who this guy is here. Got my simulator ready. Who is the pick? And if it's not a wide receiver, I think, please be Adonai Mitchell. Please pick Adonai Mitchell.
If it's not a receiver, it's going to be DeGene.
But again, why would you not? Like, you lost Stephon Diggs. You lost Gabe Davis. You didn't. I don't think they added anybody.
Keon Coleman.
And Keon Coleman it is. Okay. So he's a big body type of guy. He'll help. Like, if anything, I feel like this would be a good pick for Josh Allen specifically, because while Tua thrives on accuracy and making sure that he's going to hit his guy, Josh Allen needs somebody who has who's a physical, go up and get it kind of guy, because that's Josh Allen's type of style.
I mean, nothing against Keon Coleman. I hope he's a terrible player just because he's playing for the Bills. Had he gone to somebody else, I wouldn't say that. But, yeah, we'll see. I think, they needed some help. They still, I think, have to go for a veteran. And I know they brought in Curtis Samuel, and they have
so they did bring somebody in.
Yeah, they signed Curtis Samuel. And they sign, and that he's going to be a threat, because he played at Carolina, didn't have anybody. He played at Washington, didn't have anybody. Now he's got a good quarterback. So, and he's probably going to thrive in the slot. And you remember how infuriating it was to watch. Who was that kid from Dallas that played for the Cowboys that went to the Bills, and he always get every first down for the Bills against the Dolphins? I think you're muted.
Sorry, I am, but that's because I wasn't really talking to you. I'm still listening.
But... Okay. I can't think of his name. Cole Beasley. So he's going to be that underneath guy, the slot guy. But I don't know. I still think they probably need a veteran. Oh, trade. So the Chargers have traded to pick 34. And this is going to be Roman Wilson. That is my my thought on that. If there was a team that needed a wide receiver, it's the Chargers. And that's a Jim Harbaugh pick. He'll play as a slot. Ran a 4.39, very athletic player. And of course, the Patriots get a 4th round pick out of it.
Yeah, so I'm looking at it here. They only jumped up a couple. They only jumped up like 20 spots. It's not that drastic.
Well, I'm of the opinion that day 3 picks are essentially lottery tickets. Like, you should not have major expectations. Okay, so let's say Miami stays in picks. They don't make any moves. You've got a 5th, 2 6ths, and a 7th. Your expectations for those players should be they make the roster. That's it. If you're expecting that guy to come in, now let's assume that it's not somebody that falls for some issue, right? So let's say Johnny Newton. All right, let's say his foot injury is so bad that teams are just scared, and he somehow falls to the 6th round. That's different. But most of those players are just they're guys that just don't make a lot of impact. That doesn't mean you can't find one, but the expectation should be that this guy's not going to come in and be an immediate starter. I would even say that if it's an offensive lineman, it's probably not going to happen. So, yeah, those day 3 picks. I mean,
well, they got rid of what's his name? Keenan Allen is in Chicago now, right? Or am I
in and out,
mistaken?
Mike Williams is gone. The only pick that they have, their number one wide receiver is Quentin Johnson from last year's draft, and he was not very good as a rookie. So they need some help. I mean, their next guy. This is like, and I mean, we all like to bash on Justin Herbert because Tua Justin Herbert thing.
This is probably Adonai Mitchell.
But
Well,
this
just
is
saying that they're showing him.
Okay. Here we go. Oh,
Lad
okay.
McConkey. Okay.
Okay.
Still a wide receiver, but
it's a wide receiver. He's a guy that's going to play in the slot. And with Justin Herbert, he likes to throw the underneath stuff, the shorter stuff. So, that's they need the help. And but yeah, their wide receiver room is bad. This is like, remember 2020 when Tua was throwing to like Isaiah Ford, Lynn Bowden Jr., Mac Hollins. That's the Chargers wide receiver room. So, Lad McConkey, this is a guy he's right now their number 2 receiver. Right now, at this moment, they don't have a 2 better receivers on their roster better than him. And in reality, I could argue that he's probably the best wide receiver on the roster. But it's a good pick for them.
Now, here's what I'm really curious about, because this seems to be what's going on here. This tumble that Adonai Mitchell is on right now, like, I know PFF had him ranked fairly high, but it seems to me like teams are steering clear of him. Like, he must have really made a bad reputation for himself.
Well, apparently there are medical issues with him.
Medical and character issues? Oh no, this kid's done.
He does have he has been diagnosed with diabetes, and that is his maintenance of that is a potential concern. And we remember that from the Jay Cutler days. That was a thing with him and some other players that have had that. So there's that, and there's just other things. I mean, about him. So I don't know that he's going to fall very far. And listen, if you get him at 55, is that good value for him? Even if you don't necessarily like him.
No. Again, with everything that we've been hearing about with him, like, he's a big guy. He's a big target. But his routes are okay. So the Cardinals traded the pick. Okay.
To the Falcons. So right now, this is the wide receiver run. So Miami's going to either need to get up and get in this if they want one, or they're going to have to. They're not taking a receiver. Good Lord, they've got 3 first-round picks on their roster with Kyle Pitts, Drake London, and one other guy. I can't think of his name. I don't think this is for a receiver, but yeah, they weren't. So the Falcons come up. All right, so that's what we're looking at. In order for Miami to move from 55 to somewhere in this range, it's going to cost at least a third, probably more. I wouldn't say this is a receiver, but at the same time, I wouldn't have picked Michael Penix going to them either.
Yeah, the Atlanta might be all over the board at this point. So I want to know what they gave up to do that. That's a huge jump.
What happened
Let's
to
see.
Eric?
I don't know. I think he was having connection issues. Okay, so the Cardinals traded 35 and 186, and the Falcons gave up 43 and 79. So that's their fourth rounder.
Third rounder.
The third rounder. Oh yeah, wow. Whoever they want must be somebody they really wanted badly. Forced trade because otherwise it won't work.
Is there Han Newton, perhaps? Johnny Newton?
Maybe they need a defensive tackle.
Yeah. I don't know of any edge rushers that they need.
Adisa Isaac, Jonah Ellis, Chris Braswell, Marshawn Nealand. That's the edge rushers. Defensive tackles. Yeah, that would. I mean, that's a very distinct possibility. Braden Fisk, Chris Jenkins. I think they haven't taken a defensive tackle yet. I think no, they took one. They took one. What was that kid's name? Byron Murphy.
He went to Seattle.
Yeah, one defensive tackle has been taken the whole draft so far.
We've had 4 edge rushers, 1 defensive tackle, a couple of corners, no safeties, no linebackers.
8 wide receivers already.
Yeah. 6 quarterbacks. No running backs. 1 tight end. 6 offensive tackles. Is that right? 1 interior guy, unless you really want to list Barton as a tackle. It depends on
All right, let's see it.
Andre Rison.
These are all names that you know, bro. I don't know these guys.
I am fairly certain Andre Rison was the receiver that was involved with, was it Left Eye Lopez from the group TLC, and she burnt down his house? I may be wrong on that, but I thought it was Andre Rison.
Gosh.
Oh, dear Lord.
Rook.
Nobody's going to say that name. Rook or Horhoro.
Okay, so wow.
There's your defensive tackle. We
no,
were on the right path. We just got the right guy.
How serious is that injury for Newton?
It's got to be bad. Well, and again, it's that Jones fracture. It is it's because he played with it all season. He had surgery to fix it, but it has the potential to reoccur. So it's one of those. It's like,
and
well,
is that
it's
like
not
a permanent thing? There's no way to actually fix it.
No, it's just I guess where I don't know that much about it. All I know is that it is you can it just has a so I mean, I guess that's just scaring teams off because it may be a long-term thing. So unless they just didn't have that kind of value on him to begin with, I would have thought he would have been, one of the have a first-round grade, but.
And the lack of interest in Cooper DeJean is crazy.
And again, he had a leg injury at the end of the season. So if guys start falling in the draft, that's one of the things that I've learned over the years from watching the draft and kind of studying it, is that whenever we hear a guy that's rising up draft boards, that's not because this kid did something amazing in the pre-draft process and went from a second-round pick to a first-round pick. It's just that the media and fans are catching up to what the NFL already knew. So this guy's like, he was a second-round pick in a mock back in January, and now he's going, 15th overall. How's that possible? Well, no, the NFL thought he was a top 15 pick. You just didn't know that. And if guys start falling, like, well, that guy should have been. Why is he available in the third round? Well, chances are they know something you don't know. That guy's got a major medical history. He's been arrested 75 times or something. I mean, it's something that we don't necessarily hear about, and the information they get. I mean, this is billion dollar organizations. They have people that they know stuff about us, Lewis. I mean, like, they could probably like show up at my door and like know what I had for dinner. They're that good at this stuff. And even then they still get it wrong sometimes. So, um, the main thing is the medicals. You don't want to draft a guy really, really high that you think is not going to be available for you over a long period of time. And if it's a off the field concern, you don't want to draft someone that's not going to, like the tackle that the Dolphins traded for from Tennessee a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That they traded like a 7th round pick for him, and then like a week before camp, he like was dancing on top of a car with his shirt off or some crap.
Yeah, he went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs real quick.
Yeah, and so you don't want to. Now, Miami didn't do anything wrong. They traded nothing to get this kid, but Tennessee used the 1st round pick on him. You don't want to use, a limited, valuable resource on somebody that's going to essentially be a waste of your time. I mean, it's like buying a lemon car. If you're gonna pay that kind of money, you want something that works. That's like that story of Jamarcus Russell, where they told him to watch film, and they gave him blank VHS cassettes, and then he's like, "Yeah, I watched all that film." It's like, "No, you didn't. You're a bum," and we know how that went.
Yeah. So the pick is in for the Commanders. They have, at least for Washington, they have quarterback, tight end, guard, tackle, edge, DB. Basically, Washington needs everything.
So, yeah, Andre Rison, he was the receiver. He married Left Eye Lopez from the group TLC. It was a rocky marriage, and apparently, this is on Wikipedia, she lit his shoes on fire in the bathtub, and it burnt down his house.
Yeah, that seems a little excessive.
Seems kind of rough.
So they got their quarterback.
Darrell Green, fastest guy in the NFL. I would love to see this guy in his prime cover Tyreek.
So if they need a tight end, they have their hands on Jatavion Sanders still. Eric All is the next guy. It's not a very loaded draft for tight ends, that's for sure. It's a really crappy class, honestly. All right, let's see. I just heard somebody pop in. Oh, Coach Eric Smith has joined us. How are you doing, sir?
Coach.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Sorry I'm late. I was kind of listening there at the end of my son's baseball game. Kind of watching watching who we've had on board.
We need someone with insight and intelligence to get on this broadcast and talk about football.
Well, I can tell you that when I opened it up and I saw Keon Coleman's name at the top of that list, I was not thrilled to see him beside that Buffalo logo. For me, he was the 4th wide receiver on the board in my mock that I had done. He was there at 55, and I jumped to get him there. I think that he's a really good player. He's a good replacement for Diggs there, and not looking forward to seeing him.
I mean, sorry, for what it's worth, the guys at 3 yards per carry, they just say he's Devontae Parker again. So if they turn out to be right, I'm definitely not going to lose sleep over it.
Yeah, in this case, I would definitely prefer that they're right.
I mean, who would you have compared him to?
I think he has some better separation skills than Devontae Parker. I don't have a comparison off the top of my head.
Well, before you go any further with Devontae Parker was not a bad receiver. He was an injury prone guy, and injuries kind of sapped him of what could have been more. Now, I don't think he was necessarily the greatest off the line of scrimmage. When you watch him, he seemed to have like the same move every time. He didn't have a high repertoire of moves. But the dude was a good athlete. I mean, he was drafted. He ran like a 4.45 at 6'3". I mean, he just he couldn't get over those soft tissue injuries, and I think that finally just hurt him. So we look at it as Devontae Parker, like late career Devontae Parker, where he's just kind of ran out of steam. Early career Devontae Parker was not a bad receiver.
No, he definitely provided a good weapon. There weren't, in his prime, there wasn't
Newton
many.
goes to Washington.
That's a good pickup there. I mean, good value at this point for sure for him.
Now they're already loaded at defensive tackle.
I was trying to get my.
They've got Jonathan Allen. The other Dwayne, is it Jonathan Allen? Who's the other guy they got there? Deron Payne. And now Zerhan
They just paid him.
Yeah.
I think that's a value pick there for them, and I wonder, I think they're both on their second contracts now, right? So they're both getting paid quite a bit. Wonder if they're kind of regretting that decision and seeing an opportunity to maybe move on from one of them by drafting Newton.
Oh, a question that I've seen: if they're wanting to shed a contract, and Miami needing better defensive and interior defensive line help. I know they've signed some guys, but if a guy becomes available, would you be willing to go for one of them?
No. Again, I feel like
even if it's for low cost, assuming that the contract situation will be fine, and the pick is not like a second round pick or something.
No.
Like if Deron Payne or whoever is available for like a 6th round pick, you wouldn't make that move?
Do we have to pay him?
I mean, you'll probably make Washington pay some of that or most of it.
I mean, if they're paying most of it, then sure. But that's a very specific scenario that is never going to happen. Like, the whole point of them dumping the contract is that they want to dump the contract. They don't want to keep the contract and lose the player.
Well, you'd pay a certain portion this year, and then you're out from under the contract next year.
All right, Patriots finally going to make a pick. They already got their quarterback, so now they need weapons. Is this Adonai Mitchell?
Yep.
Jalen Polk. Whew. Wow. I mean, not that he's not good, but the fact that, again, I'm telling you, people are looking at Adonai Mitchell and they're seeing Chase Claypool again, and they're saying, nope, we already tried that. It doesn't work. If you get a reputation, sad as it is, for being lazy, taking plays off, not giving it 110% on every single play, teams are going to look at you and say, why am I going to invest anything in you? You're a bum.
Yeah, and I think for a player like him, he's played at 2 big-time programs in Georgia and Texas, and teams are going to talk to both of those programs. And if they're both giving the same review of him, that he's just a hard head, he's not changing, he's whether it's the diabetes stuff or whether he's just hard to work with, if you're hearing that from 2 big-time programs, I would think that's a huge red flag for teams that not going to want to put a significant investment in somebody like that.
Yes, I agree.
Key departures. Ryan Tannehill left Tennessee?
Yes.
Where is he at now? Or is he not anywhere?
He is still a free agent.
If he wasn't so terrible at throwing to spots, I would consider a reunion as a backup.
These guys that are still available will be available tomorrow. Team, once you get to a certain point, teams are like, all right, we've gone through these waves of free agency. We're going to wait until after the draft now. And nobody, I mean, you might get that one guy that gets signed every so often, like Laken Tomlinson signed a few weeks ago with Seattle, but you're not going to get like right now. I mean, they offered Odell Beckham a contract. Well, nothing happened. Well, it was not going to happen, like on Wednesday before the draft. They're not going to do that. They're going to be like, why would I sign you? And then suddenly I can get, this guy in the draft. So they're going to wait. And it wouldn't surprise me if, sometime in the next month that we see some of these veteran players get signed. So Ryan Tannehill may go to a team that needs a veteran with a rookie. It depends how ready they think these rookies are. I could see Minnesota signing him and saying, hey, you'll play here for we'll let you start. We'll let McCarthy sit on the bench for 5 games and then, we'll bench you or whatever. So.
Yeah, I agree with that. When it's somebody like Tannehill, I would think there's teams out there that would value him as a backup quarterback right now, but they may not, either they're not offering him the money that he wants, or he may be looking for the type of scenario that you're talking about there, Chris. Somewhere that he has the opportunity to start, or he may prefer just to kind of sit around and see what happens, right? Somebody gets injured and, you get an Aaron Rodgers situation again somewhere, and suddenly a team is looking for a quarterback with starting experience. And that could be an opportunity for him to get, more than backup money, which is all he's going to get right now, and get an opportunity to, get on the field a little more heading into the end of his career.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I didn't even think about the Jets. I don't even know who their backup quarterback is at this point. Didn't they bring someone in?
Let's see, Jets.
I know they brought
in a guy from the Packers last year. Was it Tim Boyle they brought in last year?
Yeah, they brought in somebody this offseason, I believe, as a backup. So it's a name we would recognize, but I can't.
Oh, Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Adding to his list of teams there.
Yeah. The next Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I think he's surpassed Fitzpatrick by now. He's got to have played for more teams than Fitzpatrick did. He's been almost everywhere.
Let's see. Who's on your wish list at 55?
Coming into the day, I was thinking wide receiver. I think wide receiver would make a lot of sense. Seeing a couple of them go off here pretty high makes it less likely if there's going to be great options at 55, because there's probably going to be a couple more going between there. Troy Franklin is a guy that I'm fairly high on, not as high as some of the other guys that have gone already. But I think that he is similar to Brian Thomas. So if they were in a scenario where they definitely wanted to go wide receiver, Franklin would probably be the guy that I would look at as far as a wide receiver. Looking at the offensive line, nobody got JPJ, right? He's still on the board. If he's around there, I absolutely would be a fan of taking a guard that's going to step in and start right away and have that center versatility to slide over, either if something were to happen to Aaron Brewer, or Brewer's only on I think a 3-year contract, so we get 2 or 3 years in, and they've seen Powers Johnson doing it in practice and they like him at center, then you shift him over. So while I wasn't a huge fan of getting him in the first round, I would definitely like that value in the second round. Let's see, what else do we got here? If they're looking at a tackle,
A little earlier than I kind of expected, but
Oh, you're ahead of me.
I won't
Oh,
spoil
okay.
it. But
I see it now. Wonder
but
if my thing reset.
yeah, mine did not. So, are you on NFL Network?
I am. No, I'm on ABC.
Oh, okay.
I'll switch over to NFL Network.
The yeah, and I mean, like, look, they took Liam Eichenberg and said this guy played tackle in college. They moved him to guard, and then last year they said you're going to be our backup center, and he ended up playing center for much of the season. If they're okay with if they're okay with Liam Eichenberg playing center in real NFL games, I think they'd be fine with Jackson Powers Johnson playing center in real NFL games. So,
Oh, absolutely. I think that he is a good NFL center. I just don't think that Miami would look at him as a center right now with Brewer there. I feel confident that Brewer is going to be the.
Oh, he's absolutely the center. But if he's the if something happens to him, he gets hurt, or they do move on, then you got a guy there that has played the position in college and isn't just fresh doing it that year, you know. So
Yeah, I mean, I thought that Eichenberg did an okay job with it last year, but if you got the opportunity to get a guy who is a starting guard for you right away and is a better backup center than what you have, that's a great opportunity.
I'm not tipping the pick because I don't know the pick, but the Rams are now on the board, and they need a tackle. I could see them maybe going Patrick Paul, but I saw that and my first thought was talking about JPJ, and I'm like, you know what? That's where he's going to go, right here to the Rams.
I want to know what they gave up. What's the compensation? Compensation.
Are you singing Moana?
No, I just said compensation.
But it sounded like that Moana song. Sorry, my kid's been watching that like every day for the last month. So
I don't know anything about Moana. Oh, okay, there it is. 2024 second rounder, 2024 fifth rounder, and a 2025 second rounder. Whoever they want means whoever they wanted. It must be something that they were really heavy on.
And Miami tried to get back up in the first round. There's no way. They didn't have anything to give if that's just what's going now.
So what would be the fifth rounder? 190, 154? No, 196.
Yeah.
And that's probably why Miami didn't get back up into the first round. I mean, one thing that Greer has done consistently is to end up on the right side of value in these trades. And if the value is just off the charts in the wrong way, it would make sense why Miami did not come up.
All right, I'm just going to go with 196 and force the trade.
Braden
Fisk. Okay. So that's Alf's guy.
So
that makes sense looking at what they have on the roster.
So if Miami really wanted a defensive tackle, I did not expect a defensive tackle run this early. And there's still some guys out there. But gee whiz, man, this is like what, 4 in a row, 5 in a row?
Jerzan Newton, Ruka Hororo, Jerzan Newton, and then Jalen Polk went in the middle to New England.
So 4 out of 5.
Sweat and Fisk. So remaining is Chris Jenkins, Brandon Dorless, Michael Hall Jr., who fell really far in our mock draft. Mekhi Wingo, Dwayne Carter, Mason Smith, Leonard Taylor III, who Alf says is not good.
It depends on the kind of player that you want. Okay, so if we go back, we were discussing earlier about how, like Baltimore, and how Chop Robinson kind of fits a mold of a player that Baltimore looked at. A guy that they may look at the
Eagles just made a move.
Well, they don't need a defensive tackle. Yeah. But a team that but a player that they may look at, somebody like McKinley Jackson from Texas A&M. He is essentially a similar build to what Benito Jones is. So he's your nose tackle. Do they want a guy like that, or do they want a guy like it's more of a 3 technique type, like say a Michael Hall Jr., who's I think he's under 300 pounds, so he's not a guy that you want to put over in the nose spot. But
I bet you this is Cooper DeJean.
yep, good call, Lewis. That was you, right, Lewis?
Yeah, that was me. The Eagles just pick whoever happens to be the most how the heck did he fall this far guy, and it's always the one that's like, man, how did the Eagles get their hands on him? Because
well, I mean that's like the Kyle Hamilton pick with the Ravens. Like, how did he fall that far? And like, oh, well, he turned out to be this great player. It's like teams just overthink themselves sometimes.
I'm still trying to find the compensation. Like to jump up
I think
10
a dark
spots.
horse here for the Eagles, I think, could be JPJ going here. They did lose Kelsey, but they have, I forget, Cam Jurgens, who is the guy that's projected to move over to play center
and
for
they just
Jason
signed,
Kelsey.
They just signed Landon Dickerson to a massive deal too.
Yeah, but I mean, you bring in JPJ, and he could play at guard for you now. And if Jurgens doesn't, transition easily, then that's an easy swap. And trying not to have too much of a fall off on that offensive line.
Well, the name that I have seen at various places is Christian Haynes. I think he could be there at 55, and I think he doesn't have the center versatility, but he would start for you at guard immediately.
What did they give up? Gosh. Like, everybody wants to tip the actual pick, but they don't want to talk about – I already know who it is, by the way. I'm like, everybody wants to tip the pick, but they don't actually want to talk about what was used to actually get to the pick in the first place, because no one cares, I guess. I'm the only one who cares.
Yeah, I see who that pick is now too.
I think I know who it is too, so we're just gonna tip it for everybody. I try to stay off my phone during the draft because I don't want to know. I like the excitement. I remember it was the 2013 draft, and they were the pick was in, and they were doing all their stuff, and they flashed back to the green room, and Eric Fisher was on his phone, and they're like, they immediately flashed away because they knew they'd given it away, and ever since then they've stopped doing that. So again, I can forget something from 3 days ago, but I can remember some random draft nonsense from 20 years ago or whenever.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just, yeah.
Man, I just can't find it.
So how far? So they came up from 50 to 40, so they jumped 10.
I mean, it's been expensive to move up.
Yeah, it's interesting that that Washington would be the ones they traded with to do that. Surprised a division rival would.
They're not concerned.
Oh, and Quinyon Mitchell, rookie corner. Guess who's defensive
I see
coordinator
somebody
is?
in the chat. Trade was for 40, 78, for 50, 53, and 161. Okay, thank you. Thank you
Also
so much.
152. It's 40, 78, and 152. It's up on the NFL Network screen now.
Oh, I don't have it on my ESPN screen. Okay.
So
well,
Washington gets 50. Washington gets 50 and 53.
I guess I could see that for Washington. They're looking to pick
Now
up more
they
players.
need OL help as well. Does Miami need to jump them to get the offensive lineman of their choice?
All right,
I
here
guess that
comes the
depends on
pick.
who the offensive lineman of their choice would be. Brandon Graham announcing it for him.
Okay, come on, get it over with. Although that jacket is sweet.
Too much sparkle.
I don't think I
would
can rock that.
I would wear it to work every day. I don't care if I look good in it or not. I mean, who is that? Drew Pearson that came out a few years ago and was like riling up the crowd when it was in Philadelphia or whatever.
Oh yeah,
That was kind of fun, but just don't take too long. I want to know the pick. Get this over with.
right. Yeah, nobody cares about anything more than the pick when they walk up there. Have a little fun, and there it
And there it
is.
is, Cooper DeJean.
Now, if Richmond Webb decided to get up there and talk for like 20 minutes, I'm okay with that.
Oh, absolutely. I could listen to Richmond Webb all day.
Now, the Dolphins are
I
important.
mean, you can. He has
The
a
rest of
podcast.
the teams don't matter.
I know. Good stuff.
So the first two picks for Philadelphia are going to be defensive backs for Vic Fangio. Gotta love it.
That's where he wanted to go in the first place. Now he cares. Fascinating.
We'll see if he actually plays these rookies.
See, and that again, I'm not down on Cam Smith. We watched him in preseason. The dude was balling in preseason. He's balling in camp. Everybody was like, and you know how Omar is. Like Omar is like, yeah, don't get your hopes up for this guy or that guy. And even he was like, yeah, this guy's playing good ball. And people
Another
about
trade, Green Bay.
That was the guy Green Bay wanted. So who did they get? Kool-Aid?
They traded the pick to the Saints. Okay.
Oh, so Green Bay traded out.
Green Bay traded out.
Okay, all right.
So that's a 4-spot jump.
Does New Orleans want another offensive lineman?
Mind you, neither of these picks that they're trading around are actually their pick. Like New Orleans has Denver's pick, and then the Packers have the Jets pick that they just swapped with each other.
Yep, and I think this pick, the Houston, is not their pick either. That's the pick they got from. No, that's the pick they got in the trade with Minnesota.
Yeah, it says it's got there on Lewis's screen there, right below the logo.
Yeah,
shows where they got it from.
All right, what did they give up?
Let's see, it's got Fuaga in the first round.
Darius Slay. I remember he came out. It was a 2013 draft. That was the year Keith and we picked apart that draft. And there were so many defensive backs that I wanted, and they all were so good. And who did Miami get?
Anybody in the chat who knows what the compensation was, I'll take it. Because we're already making the pick, and I don't even know what they gave up to get him, so I can't force the pick.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Kool-Aid McKinstry. Okay, fine, whatever. Just here, take the friggin'.
Even though I thought it was. I thought
one.
Green Bay was trading up for him, so.
I'll fix it later anyway. It doesn't really matter. Like I can just force whatever trade is needed.
He's grabby.
What a name. That can't be his real name, right?
They let
it is not. I forget what it is though.
Well, Chop is not his real name.
No, I know, but like
I can't even pronounce it. I ain't gonna try. So
isn't it like Demarian or something?
It's something I can't. It's got like a bunch of O's or something in it. I saw it today, and I'm like, I'm not even gonna try that. I'll just call him Chop.
Right. He's just Chop.
I mean, thus far, for me, the board has fallen well for Miami. But as we saw last night, the picks get to like pick 15, and the board is falling great for Miami, and then it falls apart.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like a good handful of names that are still available, but still being almost 20 picks. I guess we're not. I guess more like.
I would put $10 that I would put $10 that this pick is not a receiver. But who knows what Houston's doing.
Yeah, I don't see it being receiver.
I mean, if it's they're talking about needing corner. Like, we'll just look down the list here. Not safe.
Yeah, there are still good names at corner on the list.
Mike Saint are still. Ennis Rakestraw, TJ Tampa still there. Andrew Phillips, Kyrie Jackson, Kalen Carson.
Yeah, you got Stingley there in Houston at corner, but everything after that is
I'm
fairly
going to
old.
predict. I'm going to predict TJ Tampa.
And it's not because you looked at Twitter.
It's not because it's
Kamari
Kamari Lassiter.
Right position, wrong player. So
half credit.
Well, we all said corner. So
the run on corner has begun. Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Kamari Lassiter.
I can see Miami on the ticker now.
What?
I can see Miami on the ticker now.
Oh, wait, because your ticker is
on the
longer
future
than
picks,
mine.
not they did not hop up.
No, they're not. They're not in the. They're not on the clock. They're just on the ticker on the screen. They still got 12 picks to go.
Cardinals here. Well, pick is in.
And they go to commercial.
Got to pay the bills.
I was talking with somebody about that at work the other day. I was like, we were talking about the WNBA and the salary disparity between the NBA and the WNBA. And we got to talk about the NFL. And I said, a lot of people think like, well, Stephen Ross is this wealthy guy that owns the Dolphins. He makes all this money. That's not where he makes money from the NFL. It's from the TV revenue.
Yeah.
So
TV revenue for the NFL is where it's at.
Yes, I mean, if the WNBA wants to pay more, they need more TV revenue. That's just how it goes in these sports. So maybe they get it. I mean, I don't care if they don't get it or get it. I don't watch basketball that much, but if they do get it and they were very successful, good for them. I'm glad to see that Caitlin Clark got the deal with Nike, and I like seeing someone can be a role model for kids, and someone that does it right. Even though I don't think necessarily athletes should be role models, but when you have good ones out there that are good role models, that's why I don't understand why people hate Tua so much. I mean, how is that guy not a role model?
Right.
He is. They just don't think he's a good quarterback.
Well,
I already have a Cap for Life who's talking about Michael Penix went top 10. I'm like, yeah, Michael Penix went top 10, and everybody was gobsmacked because what the heck are the Falcons doing? Pissing off their actual starting quarterback.
And I said it last night, and I'll say it again. When Jalen Polk got drafted, when they did it with Adunze, they did it with Polk, and they'll do it when Jalen McMillan gets drafted. You show them like, here, watch these receivers make these plays, and all these throws are off target everywhere, and they're like making adjustments everywhere. I'm like, if I'm a Falcons fan and I see that, I'm like what's really going on here?
So the Cardinals have, so far they've gotten Harrison and then Darius Robinson, two really good players in this draft.
They still have a long way to go, though, before they're actually a good team. Like, I don't buy the whole Mel Kiper says, oh, all they need left is a corner. They can't be. They need more than that.
No, I agree. I mean, I think the thing is that when you have a quarterback like Kyler Murray, though, if you can have a solid regular season and just make it to the dance, you never know what can happen in the playoffs. But but I definitely don't see them with a roster right now that is going to be a consistent contender. Not even close.
No. And now, this is what we've got sitting there for Miami. Adonai Mitchell's tumble continues. I think he's going to get picked in the third round at this point. I don't think there's anybody in the second round who's looking at a wide receiver and saying, okay, fine, we'll take this guy. I don't think Jackson Powers Johnson makes it to Miami. I don't. I think somebody will take him. But if Christian Haynes or Christian Mahogany are there, which I think they will be, it's going to be hard to pass that up. Because there's nobody besides, like, just looking at the wide receiver spot right now. Troy Franklin, Roman Wilson. Maybe Roman Wilson's still there. Malachi Corley, I guess. Those are two guys that we've been hearing a lot about. But those would probably be the only ones that would be like, okay, I get that.
A name that I'm kind of surprised is still on the board is tackle Kingsley Sumataya. I think he's a really good player, just may not be ready to start right now. But I'm surprised that somebody hasn't gotten him to look to groom him as a future starter. And we got the Cardinals about to make their selection here.
Leonard Davis.
It's a large human being right there.
He is a huge man.
The largest football player that I've ever seen in person was I was at a Panthers Dolphins preseason game in 2012.
Oh, they went corner.
Max Melton, more corners.
So I was at a preseason game in 2012, Carolina Panthers Dolphins, and Carolina had Bruce Campbell, the offensive tackle, on their roster. And he's the kind of dude that like will make you turn your head as you're driving down the road. He's so massive. Sorry, I know you couldn't hear me. Huge human. And do you remember his combine numbers? He was 6'6", 220, I believe. Ran a 4.75 or 4.78. Put up like 30 reps or something to the bench press. Just a freak human being.
That's crazy. I do remember him being somebody that really stood out at the combine. I just didn't remember numbers wise.
When you're 6'6", 320 and you run a 4.75, that's some freak level stuff there.
Raiders. They got Brock Bowers.
So what corner are the Raiders going to take?
I mean, the next ones that I have on my board are Rakestraw and Kyrie Jackson. Oh.
Yep, there he goes.
Not.
Okay, well.
Well, it was going to happen eventually.
And it's just too cost prohibitive to move up right now.
Yeah, I mean, the cost Miami doesn't have any picks to give up anyway at this point. So disappointing, but at the same time, we kind of knew it was coming. So it is what it is.
This kind of made sense all along, is about where he probably belonged. So I'm not surprised they didn't make it to 55, and I'm also not surprised that he didn't.
He does fit that Raider culture, doesn't he? He does fit that Raider culture. Just because there's been a lot of talk about. There's a lot of talk about how he. I don't know. He's not easy to get along with. So he's perfect for the Raiders.
Right.
He replaces Richie Incognito after all these years.
Yeah, Packers with their pick in now. Moving right along. So they got Jordan Morgan yesterday. They have him listed on the depth chart here that I'm looking at as projected to be their right guard next year.
So this is probably not interior line.
No,
And
I wouldn't think so.
And they've got some young receivers, so it's probably not a receiver. Ennis Rakestraw?
Yeah, I mean, looking at their depth chart here, I would say that corner is what would make the most sense.
Javon Bullard?
Well, they wanted Cooper DeJean, so since they didn't get him, they have to get the next best thing.
Brian Bulaga making the pick for the Packers. Edger and Cooper.
A linebacker.
Okay.
That's the first linebacker off the board, right?
I mean, unless you.
Yeah. First linebacker. Yeah. They said Chop Robinson was a linebacker when they announced him.
Edge.
But he's an edge linebacker. So that doesn't count. This is the first linebacker.
Off ball.
Yeah, actual linebacker. Yeah.
Only one tight end and no running backs.
Well, that's not a surprise. We had heard less than zero about any running backs in this draft.
And it depends how you view DeJean, but he may be the first safety off the board.
Right.
I could have sworn there was another safety that went first.
I don't think so.
No, I guess not. But I guess I saw somebody was listed as a safety. Maybe
we have a trade. Carolina's on the clock. And we know they're not taking interior offensive linemen.
No, and they got a wide receiver yesterday with Leggett.
This is well, they lost Dante Jackson. This could be a corner.
So they got J.C. Horn, and they brought in Dane Jackson from Buffalo at corner.
What did they give up? Whatever. I'm just going to make it 1 for 1, and we'll fix it later.
Hussein Muhammad.
Yeah, I'm just going over their roster, and I can't really – I mean, there's definitely places to improve, but I can't pick out one spot that I think makes perfect sense over the other ones like we've seen some other teams. So this will be an interesting pick to see what direction they go.
I mean, what are they missing? We just talked about running backs. Do they need a running back?
They got Chuba Hubbard and Miles Sanders there. So I think there's definitely room to improve there. Whether they evaluate any of the running backs in this draft at 46, I'm not sure.
They lost Jeremy Chin in free agency, but I think they signed somebody. So
safety, they got Jordan Fuller from the Rams.
Okay. So
and
they got
Xavier Woods as the other safety there.
And they signed Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, and Ashawn Robinson at defensive tackle. Oh, well, there you go. Good call, Lewis.
Jonathan Brooks. Okay. I was just saying that if there's no running, we were just saying, hey, running backs, what's with the running backs? But
no, it kind of made sense. I mean, because I'm looking over the roster, and I mean, that is the one position that I guess kind of did stick out. I just didn't think that a team would necessarily go this high, but I guess that when you look at that being their biggest need, it makes sense.
I mean, what's funny is that PFF, for what it's worth, didn't even have running back listed as a need.
Oh, really?
Wide receiver, tight end, center, defensive lineman, linebacker, corner, but not running back.
Looked interesting.
Tore his ACL on November 11th, so he's only 5 months removed. 5.5.
I mean, somebody can probably, who knows more about college football than me, could answer this, but isn't Texas like a running back factory? Like, how many great backs have they had come out of that program over the course of, the last 30 years or so? I mean, Ricky.
Yeah, you're not wrong. There's been a lot of good.
Ricky, Jamal Charles, just a ton of them.
Yeah, I mean, I know he didn't have the contract deals, but Cedric Benson was another high pick out of there.
Yeah.
At running back. Sweet. Pick is in for the Giants. They picked up Neighbors yesterday.
Do they go interior offensive line?
I don't. Well, I mean, they signed quite a few interior offensive line in the offseason. Looks like Aaron Stinney from Tampa Bay. You got John Runyon from Green Bay. Austin Schlotman from Minnesota. They got John Michael Schmitz playing center there. Offensive line would be a surprise for me based on the recent draft and free agency investments they have there.
Did they sign a running back in free agency since they lost Sanders? Or not?
So
Sanders,
they brought in Devin Singletary from Houston.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean there's not more there. I mean, you got Devin Singletary, and then your number 2 listed on this depth chart that I have here is Gary Brightwell, who I've never heard of. And I don't know that Singletary is a one-man show there, so there could be an opportunity there to bring in a rookie to rotate with him.
Would it be Jalen Wright from Tennessee? Does it get the name right?
Yeah, Jalen Wright from Tennessee. I'll be completely honest. I have him on my board, but it must have been a long time since I watched him because I don't remember.
Well,
much about him.
He's like a speed guy. I think he ran like in the 4.3s at the combine. So he'd give him I know Singletary's more of a power type rusher. They'd give him a speed component. I mean, he's not Achane, but
I could definitely see some secondary help here for the Giants as well.
Giants needs, according to PFF, it doesn't even say corner. It just says DB, period. Defensive back. Doesn't matter what type, just something.
Well, they lost McKinney to the Packers.
Yeah, they're starting defensive backfield right now. You got Jason Pinnock and Jalen Mills as your safeties. And then your corners, you got Nick McLeod, Deontay Banks, and Cordell Flott are your 2 corners and your nickel that are listed here. So I think defensive back would make a lot of sense here, and it wouldn't surprise me if this was the first true safety to go off the board. I think we're starting to get into that territory where we could see a couple of them start to get picked.
You want an unfun fact?
Of course.
Jason Pinnock scored the Giants' first half touchdown last season. Do you remember who it was? You remember the game?
I'm guessing
that was the goal line pick 6 that Tua threw. That was their first half touchdown. That was the season, yeah. Or maybe, yeah. I don't think they'd had one before that. So I can remember junk like that, man. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. That's a fact that I'd have probably been okay not knowing since it was a anti-Dolphins fact, but it's still fun.
We still won the game by a lot, so we'll take it. If it had been a loss, it'd been different.
Duke is anti-Tua confirmed, pointing out things that happened
Yeah,
that were
right.
bad because of Tua.
Nitpicking an interception in a big win.
That's just
Him and Cap for Life just became best friends.
That's just a
Hey,
trivia fact. That doesn't have
There
anything
it
to do
is.
with it. There's your safety. Good call.
Yep, Tyler Nubin.
Okay. Here come the Jaguars.
They need a corner.
Mike Sainer still, and it's Rakestraw, TJ Tampa, all still there.
I mean, doesn't TJ Tampa have to go to Tampa Bay?
You would think, right?
I mean,
That would make perfect sense.
yeah, that's what you that's the thing that has to happen.
So I'm going to go ahead and unfilter this list here so that everybody can see. Miami is, let's see, 7 picks away. Take a look at this list. Who are you eyeballing right now at this point? You got Adonai
And I
Mitchell,
said
Troy
earlier
Franklin.
about Troy Franklin. I think that if they're looking to go wide receiver with this pick, and that's been their plan all along, I think that Troy Franklin would be the name that's left that would be at the top of my list as far as a receiver.
I like Roman Wilson. Jatavian Sanders scares me.
That's the thing, yeah, because you were saying like the Dolphins really like him.
And they do seem to really like him. For me, Sanders, honestly, he reminds me of a slightly better blocking Mike Gesicki. If you watch his receptions, like he's got the same issues of not being able to make somebody miss in the flats, where Miami likes to use their tight ends a lot. Most of his catches and his highlights are running in straight lines. That's a good pick by the Jaguars there. That's a good pick. I was very high on him. He'd have been the top defensive tackle left on my board.
Duke, didn't you say that he might have snuck into the first round?
There was an NFL.com article that said that he, I don't know if it was like he's saying he could or somebody else saying that he could. I didn't read it. I just saw the headline that he could sneak into the first round. So, see, and my problem with Sanders, though, and I mentioned this, is he's not a guy that's going to contribute immediately. And I mean, I get that they like these high upside kind of things, but could the Bengals take Sanders and pair him with Gesicki?
It'd give you two guys that could really run the seam. You got Higgins and
They went
Chase on
O-line
the
last night.
outsides.
Do they get a receiver now?
What have Cincinnati gotten already?
They drafted Amarius Mims.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the only pick they had so far, yeah. Because I'm used to seeing all these teams already have like 5 picks already, it feels like.
But I like with the picks available, the two guys that I would have high on my list are Roman Wilson and Christian Haynes.
Another name that I'm going to throw out there for the Dolphins, especially with Nubin going off the board and possibly starting a run on these safeties, Cole Bishop for me would be a great fit in Miami, and I have him as my top safety. if they're looking to come out of this draft with a safety and the run is starting now, that would be somebody that I would consider at 55 as well. Let's see. I think it's going to be a defensive pick. Oh, there you go.
Chris Jenkins.
Chris Jenkins.
All the defensive tackles coming off the board in round 2.
And there are Dolphins fans that are upset about this because they wanted to replace Christian Wilkins. But,
I feel like the writing was on the wall for that, though. It's like once they started signing all these defensive tackles, like they literally picked up 7 of them. 7. Like
I mean, if they wanted one that bad, they could trade it. They would have traded up for one.
Like
I think another. With the defensive tackles they've brought in, it's not like they're all the same either. Like they have, a couple of guys that can play in the nose in that one technique. They've got a couple of guys that can play in a 2 and 3 technique, and then you've even got some of those guys that can play in a 5 technique also. So they have a good variety with the, that bunch of defensive tackles they've brought in.
And a lot of them are veterans. Deshaun Hand came back. He played pretty well. Neville Gallimore, he's from Dallas, I believe. Jonathan Harris,
Yep.
Benito Jones, Isaiah Mack, Davion Nixon. And reminder, all of this is still with Zach Sealer being on the roster. It's not like all of these guys are going to be the new rotation. This is basically a free-for-all. Who gets to be the main starter next to Zach Sealer? And you've got like 6, 7 guys who are going to compete with that one job. There's no way they're going to draft someone too.
And while they are veterans, a lot of these guys are guys that just finished up with their rookie contract. So they're not, 30 plus type guys. They're guys that are kind of in between trying to play on a prove it year to get that, their true second contract versus just a 1-year placeholder.
Mike Sainer still goes to the Commanders.
They lost Fuller, who could play slot for them. So,
yeah, that's the Kendall Fuller replacement for sure.
Yeah, I like him a lot. He's a really good slot defender.
So
I think from what I had
3,
read,
4,
he's
5.
fairly inexperienced, which may be why he even lasted this long. But the tape that he put out there that I saw for when he did play is really good.
Oh, nice Michael Penix interception there.
just gets better for Falcons fans.
Right? So I'm going to ask now. Miami's 4 picks away. I asked
the receiver slot.
Yeah. So never mind predictions of what Miami could do. I'm going to ask you guys at this point your preferred. What do you want them to do? Who do you want them to pick?
My preferred. I'm going to go with Cole Bishop. I think Miami needs a. Yeah, I mean, I think there's still a pretty big need on Miami's roster to have another safety to pair with Holland and Poyer. I don't think that Poyer is a great fit as a safety number 2 right now, so I don't want to wait until day 3 to chase a safety unless they're talking to, one of the the big names that are still available, like a Justin Simmons or a Quandre Diggs, if they're not looking to do that, then I'd rather see them, get a safety here than hope that we can get a day 3 guy that can play early.
Duke.
I'm thinking.
I can scroll down the list for you if you need.
No, I'm not thinking of the players. I'm thinking of what I need. I'm assuming Miami's not going to trade up. They're going to pick at 158. What can I get at 158 that
you're talking about 158, but that's way in the 5th round.
What I'm saying is, what can I get at 158 that I would be fine with, that I would not be fine with if I missed out on at 55? So the 2 guys I mentioned, Roman Wilson, Christian Haynes. Am I comfortable with a 5th round guard and a 2nd round receiver, or a 2nd round guard and a 5th round receiver?
And if you're not comfortable with the 5th round options, are there free agent options that you would be comfortable in that place?
Man, this is tough. I'm going to go ahead and I've been wanting a wide receiver. I'm going to say Roman Wilson. He can play in the slot. He's fast. He can block. And I think that Miami could find a capable player at 158 on the offensive line. It's not ideal, but ideally you could move back into the 3rd round, send 158 in the future 3rd to get into maybe the 4th round or late 3rd round. But we got to dodge a couple of bullets here. I mean, Cleveland's not taking a receiver. Pittsburgh may.
I just still don't think we get out of today without a 2nd pick. I think having, 3 first round or not, I wish 3 3rd round picks next year, I think gives them a good opportunity to trade back up into day 2 of this one. So I'll be really surprised if we go from 55 to 158 with nothing. So you got Roman Wilson, Duke.
That's my pick, unless he goes right here to the Steelers.
Nope, he
Zach
does not.
Frazier to the Steelers.
Okay, now I've heard some people say he could play guard. I asked that to Alf the other night, and he said he sees him as a center. So
yeah, the exact phrasing was, "Do you think he can play guard?" Duke asked, and Alf says he's a really good center.
Yeah,
which answers the question about that.
And I think this makes a lot of sense too, because I had seen JPJ and Graham Barton in the 1st round being guys that were being mocked to the Steelers. They got Fatanu in the 1st round there, and they've really, with this pick, done a really good job of improving their offensive line in this draft.
Well, we can go ahead and say this: they're going to run the ball a lot.
Yeah, they're going to be leaning on Najee Harris.
Because I really don't know who they're throwing to other than Freiermuth.
They got George Pickens there, and they brought in Van Jefferson and Quez Watkins. Yeah, they're not great options, but
I like Pickens, but yeah.
Pickens becomes the number 1. I mean, listen, I'm not concerned about the Steelers, because the Steelers have become a wide receiver factory.
They're Dolphins
so
fans.
Lewis,
Who love the Steelers draft.
Who do you got, Lewis?
Me personally,
55. Yep.
One of the guards at this point, because you can potentially get Luke McCaffrey with the 5th round if that's what you have to do. So Christian Haynes, Christian Mahogany, I'm not doing Cedric Van Pran because, again, that's a center, and I'm not looking for another center right now. I'm looking for somebody who's going to play guard. I want to kick Jack Driscoll out of that starting spot. I don't want him in there. Isaiah Wynn, at least I know, can play, but even he is like, no, thank you. I saw Dalton Risner's a little pissed off that he hasn't been signed yet.
Yeah. Wasn't there something between Risner and Butch Berry when they were in Denver?
I honestly don't remember. Like, we really don't know who were the players that hated Butch Berry or not. But at this point, I would hope he's not being picky because there has to be something about Dalton Risner that, in spite of the fact that he continues to play well, teams just sour on him so fast. There must be something wrong there. Like this is a character issue. Like, this guy's just a jerk. Like, you don't want him around. And I know it's dangerous to cast aspersions like this, but when you there's no question that Dalton Risner can play. Like, he became the starter for that team that with who he signed with. I can't even remember who it was. Let me just look it up real quick before I end up making an ass of myself. He said, I think he signed with the Vikings. Yeah, he signed with the Vikings last year, and that was late in the season. And it didn't take him long to become the starter. So it's not like he can't play. He's just teams just don't want him. I don't know why. I can't imagine that he's looking for so much money that teams are just like, we're not paying you that. They just gave Robert Hunt $100 million in Carolina.
Right. I do think that Robert Hunt is a much better player than. Oh, there we go.
Adonai Mitchell to the Colts. Okay, so he finally got picked. Took a while. Think he's learned his lesson?
Yeah, I mean, it's either gonna, put a chip on his shoulder and he's gonna, get himself straight, or, he's gonna pout about it and be a bust and prove why he lasted this long, because the physical talent is there.
He just runs terrible routes and he's lazy. That was his big issue. I really feel like that did more to do. Listen, people have medical conditions, okay? Diabetes. Okay, diabetes. Fine. You can handle that. That's not something that you're going to, like, unless you just really just don't take care of yourself at all. That shouldn't be an issue with your NFL career. It just shouldn't.
It shouldn't, but one of the things that I had heard regarding him and the diabetes is that when his personality flaws come out is when he's not properly taking care of himself.
So you're saying right. So, but that is not so much his diabetes as it is, that's just him. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not the diabetes doesn't make him a jerk. He's a jerk, and his diabetes makes it worse. Because there has to be a certain level of self-awareness that you have to have. And if this kid is not smart enough to be like, hey, I should probably make sure that my symptoms are being taken care of, then that in and of itself is a red flag.
Right. And I agree with that. I mean, that's what I'm saying is that if that's true, the issue is more so making sure that you have a program that is one that you feel like he's motivated to fix that, because if he's not willing to take care of himself, nobody can do that for you, right? NFL teams have the best medical staffs in the world, but they can't force somebody to manage their diabetes properly if that's what's causing the conflicts that he's having. So there could be an immaturity issue there in terms of him taking the responsibility of managing it. But if that's true, and that's what teams feel about him, and that if you are managing that diabetes properly and helping him and he's motivated to do it, I think that's where you would take a risk on a guy like that. If you don't feel like he's motivated to do it, then there's no sense in bringing him in the building at all. But if you feel like you have the guys around that can do that, that's where it makes sense to take that chance. I feel like I heard there was somebody with the Jaguars who's also pretty well known for dealing with diabetes and managing it well. And I had seen that, that could have been a potential landing spot for him for that reason, because it gets him with somebody in that same situation. Now, I don't know enough about what conditions NFL players have to say whether Indianapolis has somebody that has diabetes and Indianapolis is able to work with them to manage it. But if they share that same opinion as to how it's affecting him, I would think that they would need to feel comfortable with their ability to help him manage that.
They should help him regardless.
Absolutely.
Well, again, the diabetes is one thing. His main issue is the character concern. Just be nice, and he'll be fine. And as for his on the field stuff, again, if the comparison that I'm gaining off of everything that I've seen is Chase Claypool, that's not a good thing right now.
No, I would not want to be mentioned the same sentence as Chase Claypool right now.
So, dude needs to get his act together as far as his route running. Needs to get his act together with everything, with just his effort. I feel like that more than anything is what hurt his draft stock, because I can't think of one single player, except maybe, and I do mean maybe, the exception of Tavondre Sweat, and that's only because we're talking about his weight. He's the only guy that I can picture, that I can think of right now, that kind of, sort of had effort concerns. And that's not even talking about on the field. It's just how he takes care of himself.
Yep.
Like, if you take plays off on the field, nah, you can be as talented as you want. They're going to look at you and be like, what the hell's the matter with you?
Getting close. We're
Almost
2 picks away. So the Washington pick is what's in right now. Got Daryl Green coming to the podium. Love that.
He came on earlier, yeah. He's already wearing the jersey that Goodell gave him.
And they're retiring his number later this year in Washington. So you said they picked earlier today? Who'd they pick earlier?
I'll pull it up in a second. Ben Sinnott. Okay. So that's another tight end off the board. And it's not Jatavion Sanders. I am starting to get very, very, very concerned that Miami's going to get the guy they really like.
Yeah, I liked Ben Sinnott. He was probably my tight end too. I had him ranked a little lower, and then I went back and watched him some more just because he was ranked higher than what I had him. And I felt like I might have been missing something. And I came away feeling like I was. And I did move him up on my board. I don't think he's really as dynamic a player as some of these other tight ends. But I see him as like a better version of Durham Smythe. Somebody that is okay as an inline tight end, but has a little more value being moved around, being able to be used, on split zones with your blocking, and being able to catch the ball in the flats, and maybe give it a little more after the catch than what we get with Durham Smythe. So that would be my comp for him.
Here's Miami again. Browns just picked. That leaves Miami's next. And I welcome once again Eric Whitekey to the show. What happened? You got caught at work? Like, what do you think you're doing?
No.
Not that kind of caught?
Like, people came in that I had to talk to and do my job for.
Oh, okay. So you were caught.
That's really,
Did you tell them draft night?
Right?
No, that's fortunate. I'm fortunate that way. I have a job that I can kind of bounce back and forth and do this without catching much flack for it.
All right, so Eric, we got
this second round depressed me.
So who's your pick for Miami?
At 55, Christian Haynes. Haynes, you run up and take Christian Haynes. If that's my pick at least.
And is he kicking out Isaiah Wynn or Jack Driscoll?
Jack Driscoll, easy.
Yeah.
We that's the thing. We don't even know if if they're gonna want to play him at guard or if they're gonna want to use him as another swing tackle. I know that he has the positional flexibility to be used that way, but I don't know. It seems like a lot of faith to put in a guy who's only
Michael Hall Jr. for the Browns.
Ooh, Michael Hall Jr. to the Browns. No defensive tackles left for the Dolphins, but
that's okay with me.
I don't really think that was a position I was too concerned with.
All right, guys. So here we go. Miami's on the clock. You have your pick: Troy Franklin, Peyton Wilson, Adisa Isaac, Roman Wilson, Jatavion Sanders, Ennis Rakestraw, Javon Bullard, TJ Tampa, Blake Corum. There's quite a few players here, and of course, like you mentioned, Christian Haynes, Malachi Corley's still here. Blake Fisher is still there.
I'd be good with Corley too. I wouldn't hate Corley at 55. Corley, Franklin, or Haynes, I think, would probably be my three guys here at 55.
Okay, well, they're still on the clock. It hasn't been picked yet. I think you think Greer's on the phone trying to see if he can find anybody to trade with him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all by that if they're trying to wait and see if somebody will come up and give them another day 2 pick to trade down. We know they don't have a lot of resources to go up, and after you get past this pick, there's
nothing
to go down with either, really.
Yeah.
So looks like they're on the phone.
Nope, pick is in. So no trades. That's unfortunate.
Not yet.
It's not necessarily unfortunate.
I mean, 3 rounds without picking anything.
Okay, listen, we are like what 21 picks into day 2. It's not like there is a 3rd round that's going to happen after this.
Eric, we don't have one. That's what I'm saying. I'm starting to get
right now. They don't. Not right now. They don't.
I'm starting to get the sneaking suspicion that Chris Grier has thrown his hands up and is saying, you know what, the cost is too high. Like, it's not enough. It's not worth it.
Like, Dallas is on the clock. Liam Eichenberg and a future 3rd for 55. Who says no?
It's not happening.
That was not serious, by the way.
I know.
Oh, he just went away real quick. He must have gotten the pick spoiled. Oh, I thought that was an intro going to commercial.
Anthony Manzano saying they're going to take Cole Bishop, but that doesn't seem like a pick. The tip that just seems like that's who he's predicting. And if you did tip the pick, Patrick Paul,
Oh, okay.
an offensive tackle. I know that Simon Clancy really likes him, like really, really, really likes him.
Yeah, I like him as well.
Sorry, Welch.
Yeah, I like Patrick Paul as well. When we're looking at the tackles that are left on the board, I'd prefer, I would have gone with a Kingsley Sumatia or Christian Jones has been, one of my guys from the very beginning. But Patrick Paul is pretty close to those guys. Another guy with huge upside. I think he could be a really nice replacement for Teron Armstead after next year.
All right, so I'm just going to quickly read you Patrick Paul's draft breakdown from Simon Clancy's official 3 yards per carry draft guide. The skinny, as he puts it, Paul is vastly experienced, 2,950 snaps at left tackle, and has built in the lab's size, a nasty demeanor, and the ability to overwhelm defenders. But despite that experience, his technique is all over the place, and he'll need significant coaching before you could let him on an island in the NFL. So, and his deep dive, as it were, quote, "This is an interesting evaluation because Paul has prototype size and length with 36-plus inch arms and an 86-plus inch wingspan, and he really looks the part. There's clearly a ceiling here because of his natural God-given attributes, but there's a long way to go to even get close to that. He's not an explosive mover off the ball and can sometimes be a little lumbering with his first couple of steps, especially when moving laterally to contact. He has a fairly unique skip for a kick slide, which is effective, but he oversets way too much and gives up the inside. Paul also has a real tendency to drop his head on contact, which means he bends at the waist and then gets off balance. Time and again on tape, he stoops on contact, loses his balance, and is behind in the rep. And against both speedy and savvy rushers, he shows vulnerability. There are also times where he plays too high or his hands are too far wide and he can get manipulated. When the defender tries to rip off, Paul has a handful of jersey and he's going to get called for holding. He also doesn't sink to regain any balance, which means he's struggling to get leverage. He gives up his chest over and over again, and his hand timing is inconsistent. So far, not that great. But when he gets it right, then you see the pieces fall into place because he has a strong anchor when it's all working, and he's dripping with intangibles. However, that happens infrequently. At the top of the arc, he has a tendency to throw his left arm out wildly, which not only gives access to his chest, but also sets him off balance and places his hands far outside the frame of his opponent. He's doing it to avoid having his hands chopped away, but this is what I meant by struggles against savvy rushers. As a run blocker, he again shows the same problems with hand placement and head dip. He's a big, powerful man who can torque defenders from the hole, but it's also inconsistent. There's a toolbox, and he has some things you can't teach. He's tough, smart, and nasty, but I wouldn't touch him until, the 4th round? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Simon, you sure you like this guy? Okay, wait. Okay,
there might have been
Simon doesn't like him.
Yeah,
I just realized. Okay, I think I meant to say Simon doesn't like him. Doesn't. Because he was, oh boy, this is
my biggest question with a guy like Paul here is there was a lot of talk that if the Dolphins were going to go guard or were going to go tackle, that it was going to be a guy that was going to be able to switch over to guard here early on. And I guess I want to ask Coach Smith over here. Patrick Paul doesn't strike me as a guy that's going to be able to play guard right away for this Dolphins team. Am I wrong in that assessment?
No, I agree with that completely. He's not a guy that I have in my notes as being somebody that I view as being a guard. I do think that those conversations kind of more steered to if they were to go offensive line in the 1st round. I think there's where that you want to get a guy that can play now and then can develop. I'm kind of, I guess half surprised that, especially after getting Chop Robinson in the 1st round, who I feel is a project, that we get a tackle in the 2nd round now that we probably hope plays very little this year. So now we've kind of got 2 guys that we're not looking at being significant contributors in 2024. These 2 picks really make me feel like we will see another pick from Miami tonight to get somebody that will be a more significant snap taker than the 2 guys that we've gotten so far.
Or
I have a lot of the same.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Chris.
I was saying, or they'll trade up and get Jatavian Sanders and get another project. So why not?
Right? Yeah, why not? Why not? A whole draft project.
I mean,
Greer
I
was
said,
saying that look 2 years ahead.
yeah, and he drafts like that. And I said that at the beginning of the show. Like, there's guys that I would not want to hear their names called. Patrick Paul was one of them, just because he's not going to play at all in 2024. I don't think he's ahead of Lamb. He's definitely not ahead of Jackson or Armstead. So he doesn't play guard. I get the vision behind it. He's a guy that, in 2025, he's going to be your starting left tackle, and you hope he develops in that time frame. But I don't know. I'm not a fan. Not when there are guys that can make a significant impact right now on your offensive line, a wide receiver that also fits future needs. I am not happy with this pick.
Yeah, I thought I was really mistaken because I saw. I'll admit, I'm in OnlyFins. I'm paying the $3 a month to get on the Discord server. And Simon, I guess what I took as serious, he was being sarcastic. So Patrick Paul, very much disliked across the board. And it's again, it's
nothing.
Go ahead.
No, I was just say that I've talked before about how Miami likes to get their tackles into space. They like to pull them around the edge. A big part of their running game is being able to combo block to the second level. And Patrick Paul is a huge human being at 6'7", 331 that is still athletic enough to do that kind of stuff. So I think it does make sense. You get a guy like this and give him a year with Teron Armstead to hopefully develop him. And we, hopefully by taking the project this year, we're looking at the left tackle position being solved for, the next decade. I would hope would be the vision with this. So hopefully when we look back at this 3-4 years from now, we're all happy with the pick, but I get the hesitation with being thrilled with it right now.
They're basically trying to force Butch Berry to earn his money. It's like, hey, we got another kid who's supremely talented, and he's got all the. I hate to keep bringing back Austin Jackson, but it's like once again, it's like supremely talented athlete has all the physical ability in the world. You got to rebuild his fundamentals from the ground up.
The problem with Paul versus Jackson here is we're not drafting Patrick Paul at 20. We're drafting him at 24. That's what really bothers me the most about this is Jackson worked out 4 years down the line at the same age that Patrick Paul is now. So if he needs that same kind of development time, I'm not sure if the patience is going to be there in quite the same way that it was for a guy like Austin Jackson, not just because he was a first round pick, but also because of draft age. The one thing that I will say about the Paul pick that I do kind of like is, and it touches a little bit more on Coach Smith's point there, that I felt like once the Dolphins drafted Chop Robinson out round 1, and I had kind of said something to this effect in the shows leading up to the draft. If you don't draft a tackle round 1, you are sentencing yourself to drafting a tackle in round 1 in 2025 when Teron Armstead is retired and when Kendall Lamb is retired. So hopefully with Patrick Paul, you've got a guy that after sitting for just 1 year is ready to step up and be that left tackle of the future. That way in 2025, in the first round, you're looking at a BPA situation again where you can be as free as you want to with whoever it is that you pick.
No faith in Keon Smith. Poor kid. Like, he played well, and he's not going to get even a smidge of a shot.
Hey, move him to guard. Why not?
He's already come so far, and it's already been a great run for him from where he came from.
He's been in the league 2 years.
Right. For a 7th round pick, that's fantastic.
He went undrafted, I think, but either way.
Or Yeah, well, for an undrafted player, that's fantastic. That's not even
Eric, but he's like, oh well, I guess I'll give up. I was undrafted, so I'm just gonna be for 2 years. I played well, but nobody wants me. Man,
it's not.
I mean, again,
It's not even about that so much as it's about like at some point, like the NFL is a business, and the business of general managers is asset management. It would be bad asset management to not at least give Patrick Paul a crack at the offensive tackle spot.
or
Does that
you could
mean
just
that you
not
does that
draft
mean
Patrick
does,
Paul.
okay, yeah, but we're in this world now. This is the world that we live in now. We have to. There is no more. I'm not interested in what happened. I'm interested in going forward for now. Because that I mean, it was. I'm not thrilled with the Paul pick. I think that's pretty clear. I think you let Keon Smith compete with him, absolutely. But let's be really honest about this. The betting money would be on Patrick Paul by quite a bit. It's not. I'm not discounting Keon Smith because of I have this thing against him, but listen, guys get drafted where they get drafted for a reason, for the most part. Now there are the exceptions. Keon Smith could be an exception, but you don't go very far in the NFL betting on exceptions. And so at some point, like, you have to lean more towards, you have to plan more for, okay, well, if there's a guy that I took in the second round and there's a guy that's undrafted, the guy in the second round is probably going to pan out better for me. Probably. Not always, but in most cases, that's just the way it plays out. That's why I don't have anything against Keon Smith. Just the averages at some point kind of become a lot.
I don't understand the mindset. I don't. I like, you could have picked any tackle. You could have picked any guard. I would
have taken Suamataia. I would have taken Haynes. Listen, there are a bunch of different offensive linemen on the board.
They have plug and play guys already ready to go. I don't get this. Like, if let's say, okay, fine. Let's say, for the sake of argument. First of all, I need to know, because I'm not 100% sure how this works. If a player retires and he says, I'm just done playing, what does that mean for the Dolphins draft? The Dolphins salary cap. Like, Teron Armstead at the end of 2024 says, yeah, I had enough. What does that do to Miami's money?
I think the money's fine at that point, with the way that he restructured the deal.
Yeah, so I can answer that. If he retires, it's going to be the same as if he were released.
Which is not great, because that would mean, according to at least the 2025, that's $7 million. Oh, hold on a second. No, this is post June 1st. Yeah. So pre June 1st, if Armstead is retires, that's $18.5 million in dead cap and only 3.5 in savings, which is terrible.
I mean, are we of the mindset? Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that in a retirement situation, you can also, I'm pretty sure that you can have them retire post June 1st and have the same benefit of a post June 1st cut. So you can spread that out over 2 years.
And Bucks take Chris Braswell.
Mm.
So teams are allowed to designate 2 players each year as post June 1st cuts. So we're going off the assumption that these are players for the future, not because they're clearly not for this year. Like, I know, I've heard all the arguments on Chop Robinson already. He is not built for this year. He's not. He is a future player.
Well, Well,
they are
he
pushing
will,
him into the future.
he's a future player, but he will contribute this year. Patrick
Fine,
Paul
he'll
will not.
contribute this year. Patrick Paul will not.
He will not play this year. He's not a guard, and you'll have to have catastrophic injuries across the offensive line for Patrick Paul to get a spot.
Either that, or he just suddenly starts a Butch Berry's
I mean,
miracle worker.
Look! If he comes in training camp and steals the job from Teron Armstead,
No, not Armstead. Forget Armstead. Lamb. Let's aim low. Let's aim low.
No, I'm saying if he comes in and steals the job from Teron Armstead, he plays like an all-pro tackle from jump. I will gladly say I know less than nothing about this stuff, and Chris Greer is awesome.
Who wouldn't make that assumption?
But if it's expected, he's gonna ride the pine, and so I mean maybe he takes Lamb's spot and he's the third guy, but I mean they re-signed Lamb. They used him a lot last year. I don't see that.
Javon Bullard to the Packers,
and
that's a good pick for Green Bay.
And meanwhile, Tua's still going to have maybe decent protection while he's throwing to, guys like Berrios and Craycraft. So,
Odell Beckham Jr. already raising up his prices as we speak.
Yeah, that's the problem. So, I mean, maybe they had a deal in place. I don't know. Maybe they're like, well, we're going to wait till after the X money comes off the books, and we'll sign you then. But I think in a way, and I'm gonna kind of say I think that that may be a way that McDaniel would want to go. It's like, yeah, we need a young wide receiver to add to the mix, but we want a veteran wide receiver who can come in and be an immediate impact guy and not somebody that we have to essentially train or develop. Because even if you're a first-round pick, it's probably not going to be a guy that's going to come in and know the offense right off the bat. It's probably not somebody that's going to, there's going to be a learning curve and rookie wall and all that stuff. So maybe that's the route they wanted to go anyway.
And I welcome Ethan Skolnick to the show, just as we're still reacting to the Patrick Paul pick. So, Ethan, welcome to the land of misery.
I was doing Heat stuff. Hussam put up a video, and literally the quarterback's running for his life. I'm just trying to figure out whose fault that is. Is it Hussam for putting up that video, or is it the Dolphins for picking him?
Both. They are not mutually exclusive.
I mean, it didn't look like it was Paul's fault in every. I just got a chance to glance at the video. It didn't look like it was Paul's fault in every drop back, but nonetheless. So is this? I guess I'll defer here to the experts. Is this a project pick? I guess
1,000%. Yeah, that's what we're lamenting right now. Is that this is another pick where the Miami Dolphins are looking at the situation and saying, well, we're probably not going to have Teron Armstead next year because he's probably going to retire. Let's go ahead and find somebody that we can develop into the next guy. I'm like, what? This is my frustration. The same frustration I had with Chop Robinson, I have with this guy now. Like, at least with Chop, everybody's convincing me that he's going to contribute in this first year as a rookie. Patrick Paul needs to be. I made the comparison. The same thing with Austin Jackson. He needs his fundamentals rebuilt from the ground up. That's the problem. You have to basically retrain him. Butch Berry has to take this kid aside and say, I am going to teach you how to play offensive line all over again. That's not a good use of resources if you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Well, maybe they're not. Maybe they don't think they're ready. That's odd because I don't know how much time, particularly the GM's going to get on this stuff. I want to get Eric Smith's opinion here because I obviously have coach because I wasn't available to check it out. But I am reading Simon's tweet on this. Just awful. 2 picks and they take a sub-package pass rusher and a tackle who won't play. What a massive missed opportunity. Should I read this in Simon's voice? I don't know if I can. Look,
I already read his draft guide from the 3 yards per carry book. It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah. Wasn't even close to the best tackle on the board.
Yeah, so I do agree with him that, Kingsley, I had Kingsley higher than I did Patrick Paul. I did have Patrick Paul higher than Fisher or Rosengarten. But we've talked about that frustration of drafting a project as an edge rusher in the first round and now a tackle that hopefully doesn't play here in the second round.
Hopefully doesn't.
I was saying before that hopefully Armstead is healthy for 16 games. He's not going to be.
Right.
That's just not reality. I do think that Patrick Paul has the potential, if he comes in and he's playing really well, that he could move ahead of Lamb as the primary backup at left tackle. But, even, knowing that Armstead is almost definitely going to be injured at some point, we're hoping that, this guy's only playing 3 or 4 games a year in the best case scenario. But I do like his future potential.
Mm-hmm. But again,
future potential.
It's a projection again. CK's comment here just tweeted this. Chris Greer has now emphasized twice that Patrick Paul manages to get the job done even while sucking on his technique, which is good because that happens a lot.
Again, he's basically admitting, hey, we got to teach this kid how to play football. Golly, it took Austin Jackson 4 years to be able to get to the point where his fundamentals were good enough to even be a competent starter. And I get it. Patrick Paul is a much more freaky athlete than Austin Jackson is. But at the same time, again, why are you picking players you have to teach how to play football? Why are you not picking guys who already know how to play? I don't understand.
Did Ross tell Greer he's got another 10 years?
Listen, I'm not going to suddenly come out here and say Chris Greer needs to be fired. I'm not going to do that but as far as this specific draft, I'm a little tired of his pick for the future philosophy. The results will tell, right? Like if they don't win 10 games in a playoff game this year, then he'll still be the GM. He'll still be the GM. Steve Ross doesn't know.
I don't know how he could be. Ultimately it's a results business, Lewis. Like
Steve Ross doesn't know anyone else,
right?
Steve Ross does not trust anyone else. He doesn't. Like this is it. This is the hill he's gonna die. He may literally die on this hill. So,
is there any executive in the league that Mike knows that maybe replaces Greer eventually? Because that typically has been the way they do it. They flip it, right? That one guy, that they did that for years, right? Like where the first GM was in charge. Yeah. It's. Man, I don't know what to say. Like I said, on the individual players, I trust your guys' judgment on it. It just does seem like they are.
They're picking for the future. They've been for the past 3 drafts. They've done that, picking for the future. Cole Bishop to the Bills.
Maybe we shouldn't trust my player evaluations because the Bills seem to be doing my mock draft and Keon Coleman and Cole Bishop.
Oh, but the Bills got a lot of heat yesterday for basically handing. Worthy to the Chiefs.
Yeah. Oh my God. That's gonna be fun for the next 5 years.
Is Greer basically making a decision? Well, nobody's beating Kansas City here for the next 2 or 3 years with Mahomes, so let's reframe this thing. Just be reasonably competitive for now,
But then what are we doing with certain guys on then what are you doing with Tyreek Hill here? If you can get multiple firsts for Tyreek Hill and you're not going to be and you're thinking that you can't compete, then what are we doing here?
That's just it. That's not what they're doing. They feel like they can compete, but it's almost like they want to go and grab other people's stars, and then when they actually develop their own, they let them leave, get compensatory picks because they left. And then use those picks later to, I don't know, pray that we get more guys that we can let leave later down the line. Because the fact that we're doing this, again, first round pick, Chop Robinson, he gets a 5th-year option. Mm-hmm. Miami has made it clear they are going to exercise both 5th-year options on Jalen Phillips and Jalen Waddle. Both guys. Javon Holland does not have a 5th-year option because he's a second-round pick. So that means that somebody, like, is it possible that Miami has no intention of re-signing Jalen Waddle? Is it possible that they're just going to let him walk?
That would be literally insane. I mean, that would be insane.
It would be. I agree with that, but I'm just trying to picture you're clearly trying to set the stage to move on from Teron Armstead with this Patrick Paul thing. Let Teron Armstead train his successor for a year. You're clearly trying to find a way to move off of Bradley Chubb with the Chop Robinson pick, because you don't draft a kid, a first rounder, just because you got your guys hurt in the year before. Bradley Chubb is on his way out.
Well, he shouldn't have been in the game anyway, but that's
and here's the scary concept. What if it's Jalen Phillips that's on his way out and they need somebody to replace him later now?
I wouldn't go quite that far. I'm not
saying they want to get rid of him, but they're he's going to be so good that he's going to price himself out of our range.
I will say this is the first time I think that all 3 hosts on 3 yards per carry hated a pick. I've never seen the 3 of them agree on that before. They all hate it.
I think
I've been pretty clear. I don't like Paul as a prospect. I doubt he plays this year. He'll train up for a year to take over for Armstead in 2025.
But that's probably where most of the hate comes from. It's not necessarily that it's not like Patrick Paul is a guaranteed dud. He has incredible physical talent. He has incredible instincts. Those are things that, again, those things cannot be taught. The same thing was said with Chop Robinson. He has things that cannot be taught. And the idea is that, oh, don't worry, we're going to teach you how to play football. You just keep being you, and we'll turn you into a star because you have everything else that we can't teach you. But again, that takes time. And that's probably where a lot of the hate is coming from. It's not even just that, oh, as a prospect itself, he sucks. It's that Miami still is trying to win a Super Bowl here, I think. And you're picking players that are not going to be truly useful to you until years down the road. And you're going to have to pay them anyway.
Right.
So why are you doing this? Like you're mortgaging the present for your future and basically saying, it's almost like they're saying, we have enough to win a Super Bowl with the guys that we have. Let's go ahead and start building up our future so that when these other guys we already have retire or leave or get traded or released or whatever, we have somebody already ready to step in. That's
kind of actually what I think is going on here. I mean, we might call it delusional, but I truly believe Chris Grier looks at this roster as it is and says, yeah, you know what, for this year, I think we're almost set. I can afford to burn a second-round draft pick on Teron Armstead's replacement down the line. I genuinely believe Chris Grier.
You may be right, but there's a difference between burning a second and burning a fourth. Like I just think when you're talking about a first or second round pick, you got to get somebody who's going to contribute. Like you just do. Like it's you. I mean, look, they're reshaping the entire defense pretty much. I mean, they're going to have 7 new starters most likely. I mean, depending on when guys are back.
Rosengarten to the Ravens.
So to me, it's to make it to say, okay, we have enough with this current roster, or we don't even know how the pieces are going to gel. We got a new defensive coordinator. You got to integrate a system here and everything else that's going on. And here's the other part of this. Their quarterback I know nobody expected it, was remarkably healthy last year. Are we counting on that? Because I'm not. Right? I mean, he was one of the healthiest quarterbacks of the NFL for all the criticism that came before the season. So now we're saying, you got to assume 4 missed games for Tua and they lose 3 of them. So to me, I don't think you burn second and third round picks for projects. I just don't. Like going back in their history, they have found some project players that have panned out, but typically 4th, 5th, 6th rounders. I don't know about a second. Usually when a guy's a project, it's every organization thinks they have the coaches that can fix this guy. and it typically doesn't end up panning out. So we'll see. We'll see. I like the idea of the first pick better than this pick, to be honest, because I feel like I feel like at least if you can get Chop in, I mean, we'll see what kind of player he is, but seems like
are you reading the justifications being made by both Chris Greer and even Mike McDaniel right now?
I did see that Gary Jackson said that he could play on both sides.
Yeah, great. Whoop-de-doo. Like, didn't we just pay Austin Jackson?
Yeah.
Whatever. The thing that's gotten me all riled up is that they literally said that Patrick Paul is remarkably good at doing his job, even when he's really bad at doing his job.
Yeah, I'm reading. Husam's actually on our account right now, so he tweeted this. Greer and McDaniel presser on Paul, and Patrick Paul is a top player on their board. I mean, they're always going to say that. Yeah. Brought him in for a 30 visit and liked him. May look to trade up to pick day 2 of the draft. McDaniel mentioned Paul's quickness and athleticism helps him move up in the second level and mask technical difficulties.
Right. Mask technical difficulties, which they admitted he has. And like, oh, yeah, he's really good, even though he's really bad at having technique. I'm like, did you not just hear what you said?
Let's be fair about it. At pick 55, you're not drafting you're not drafting a guy that's you'd expect to have the technical proficiency or all the stuff that you're going to get with like a top 10 tackle. So I get that aspect of it.
Dude, they literally could have. There were guys that were already ready-made. Like maybe they weren't quite as athletically gifted, but
I'm just talking about like,
one just went to Kansas City.
Well, but I'm talking about I'm not worried about his he's not technically proficient. Well, you're getting guys that have flaws at pick 55. What they're banking on is this guy has the uncoachable stuff. He's I had it pulled up a minute ago. He has like 90 something percentile arm length, 90 something percentile or right at 90 percentile height. This guy is a physical specimen that they're going to say, we've got the coaching staff. And I said yesterday that I trust Butch Berry. And if they're like, look, if Butch Berry said, yeah, I can take this dude and turn him into a good player, I will absolutely be fine with that. My issue is the fact that you still need guards, and there were good players available. You still need a wide receiver 3, and there are good players available. And yeah, the position of tackle is higher value, but you still got the wide receiver position you got to deal with. Right. And so if they move back up here into the 3rd round and get a wide receiver, I get it. It's the fact that, and again, I go back to that episode with the 3 yards per carry and the Locked On Dolphins that they did. It is both CK and Alf said, you cannot, Miami, the thing that Miami cannot do in this draft is draft for 2026. And they've had 2 picks, and guess what they've done? They've drafted for 2026.
Because that's Chris Greer's mentality. He's drafting. When he drafts for the future, not for the now.
And I would get it with, like, let's say it was Amarius Mims at 21, and you take that guy. He's not playing tackle, but you're getting it's a 1st round pick, and you're like, all right, well, we're getting that left tackle of the future because we're not going to be picking any higher than 21 again. But at 55, I don't buy that, because I mean, why worry about a guy at 55 that you can get at 32? You know.
Well, let me ask you this question, dude. So, if you were talking about maybe they trade into the 2nd round and they pick up or 3rd round, they pick up a wide receiver. I mean, how far would this guy have fallen? Like, if they love this guy, couldn't they have taken the receiver here and then tried to trade up to get this guy? I mean, if this is
and it may be that, look, we just saw Kingsley, what's his name? I cannot say it. Go to Kansas City, and Kansas City traded up for him.
Rosengarten went right before that too.
And Rosengarten. So I will give Greer credit for this, because we saw the opposite happen in 2021. They wanted to got caught off guard with what they thought was a tackle run and traded up to get Liam Eichenberg, who they viewed at the time as a tackle. And now they kind of like, well, we see this run going. We've got these teams that are going to probably take a tackle. We want the guy that we want, even if we know he's not going to play, and we don't want to take the 3rd or 4th best guy on our board and be forced to have to give up a pick to get him if we take something else. So I don't know that Patrick Paul falls any further than Kansas City just did. I think he would go there because I think they would take that, and maybe he would a little bit. But I think they're saying we don't have that third round pick just yet. We don't know what it's going to cost to get there, and we're not getting this guy in that third round. We want our guy. So I mean, I get the process and the mentality. Again, for me, it's just this guy is not going to contribute in 2024. But again, I mean, as Coach Eric has said, he's got the some of the stuff that you can't really coach, and he's is a guy that you can project as being a good player down the road. So I get all of that. It's just a little disappointing that we're not getting people that are going to you expect to contribute. And I mean, look, Lamb has had injuries in the past too. We brought him in in 2022. He played half a game against the Patriots and went out and didn't play again. Armstead, we know Austin Jackson has injury history. So maybe they're like, look, these guys we like them. Maybe this guy's tackle 4, and he ends up starting all year because these guys get hurt all the time. So maybe he does. Maybe Patrick Paul plays every snap this year for all we know. We don't want that, but maybe that's what happens. So I think some of it is looking at the future, and I think some of it is reactive to what happened to them last year. All the injuries on where were all the injuries? Offensive line and edge rusher. And what have they gotten so far? They're like, we're not going to get caught with injuries again. If we have to keep 10 of each on the team, on the 53-man roster, we're going to do that. So,
yeah, and I think you made a great point there, Duke, about the tackles and being at the top of that run. We saw a run on the tackles in the first round, but Patrick Paul is the first tackle to go off the board in the second round. So whether we agree that Paul is better than Kingsley Suamataia, Roger Rosengarten, or any of the other ones, it was clearly Greer's guy in the second round as far as tackles go, right? So I like the fact
his guy.
I like the fact that we started the run of the tackles in the second round versus being the third or fourth guy in that list. And no matter what, Greer was going to get up there and say that whoever they drafted was the guy they wanted. But I think in this case, it clearly is true that this is that second-tier offensive tackle that the Miami Dolphins wanted to get, and they got him.
Bernardo Green to the 49ers.
And one thing to mention, too, I think this came up last year because I know a lot of people were talking about DeJuan Jones from Ohio State. And I don't know. I know CK posted this on Twitter because I remember reading it on his feed, but I don't remember when it was said. But Mike McDaniel had mentioned, he said, look, if we could design offensive linemen like in a lab and put these guys on the field, they'd all be like 6'8", 400 pounds. I mean, he said those numbers. Well, he gets a guy that kind of fits that because they were talking about DeJuan Jones, who was a gigantic player. So he's like, we want these big physical like specimens out there on the edge of our offensive line. And so, I mean, I think if, you know, I mentioned earlier in the show that I think Anthony Weaver had his signature on the Chop Robinson pick. I think this is a pick that Mike McDaniel's like, look, this is the kind of tackle I want. I want a dude like this. I want this big physical specimen, and we'll coach him up.
You really think that McDaniel's the one who signed off on this guy?
I do agree with that because I know the quote that Duke's talking about. I remember him saying that, and remember saying, you know, that if he could have them all, I think he said 6'7", 330 or whatever it was, that he'd have all 5 of them like that. So I do remember that quote. I definitely think that this would be the type of pick that he would sign off on.
I'm going to talk myself into this pick before the night.
You know, it does.
Duke's talking himself into it as we go. All right, I got to go to a heat stream. I'll be back, guys. Let me know what project they take next. They're gonna trade into the third round for a project kicker. Who'll be available to replace
Duke's hoping for Jatavian Sanders.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
I'll be back. All right, we're getting you more
Hey.
viewers. We see more people
Hey,
popping in. So
look, if they got him at say like pick 95, I'm fine with that. It's like Ethan said. That's where you get these project picks. You get them in that late section. Don't do it at 55. But
second round, man, you better get a player. Like you got a player.
But at the same time, I mean, I know if I'll say this and I'll stop talking. If I look at this as if I'm drafting on Madden, this is the guy you draft. Tall, big dude, long arms, all the boxes on Madden that the stuff that doesn't really matter in real life. This is who that guy is. So they're banking on traits. Both draft picks so far are traits picks that they can coach up. So we'll see if they can do it.
I mean, although it makes me wonder that comment, and then kind of looking back on things in hindsight. Do you think if the Rams, or I don't know who took him, I think it was the Rams that took him. If the Rams don't take Amarius Mims at 19, is he a Dolphin?
It was the Bengals
or the Bengals, yeah,
maybe.
Because he's the other guy that kind of fits that same kind of physical frame.
Yeah, you're right in terms of the physical frame. I think the hesitation there for the Dolphins would be the number of games that he's played, especially with the number of injuries they've suffered on the offensive line. Whereas with somebody with Paul, you're looking at somebody who has played a lot more games, has had a much better injury history than Mims. I guess I wouldn't have been completely shocked if that was, well, I probably would have been, because I didn't expect them to necessarily take a project tackle in the second round either. But I do think that Mims is, would be talked about in very much the same way of his development as we're talking about with Patrick Paul. Had he been the pick in round one, we'd be having a lot of the same conversations.
Well, and I'll mention this because I mentioned my two guys that I wanted was Christian Haynes and Roman Wilson. And I said earlier in the show I didn't think Roman Wilson would get past the Chargers at 37. And it's the third round and they're still there. So maybe we just like guys better than what the league likes guys. I mean, everybody's board is different. So the Jets just traded up, so I hope they take somebody bad.
I need to just address this real quick because Utah Fins fan is on our chat and through Twitter, just kind of raking us through the coals a little bit here. Listen, Patrick Paul, even by scouts, other scouts, like professional scouts, have all been saying that, no, this guy is a project. That's number one. And number two, I love Big E. Big E is a friend of mine. I'm very close with Big E. Big E is incapable of speaking badly about any Miami Dolphins player ever. And that is not an exaggeration. So I can't, like, as far as like a scouting discussion, that's Big E for you. He's not going to badmouth a Miami Dolphins draft pick ever for any reason. And my cable just froze just as the Jets picked Malachi Corley, so I don't know what's going to happen after this.
That frustrates me. Just a little bit.
Well, yeah, but one of the things is his route tree is somewhat limited. So I liked him from Miami. I thought Mike McDaniel could put him to good use. He's known as the Yak King. So
yep.
But I mean, it's not just the offensive line either. I mean, there were other picks that I thought Miami could take, like Javon Bullard. Let's see.
He was available.
The other safety. Did he go already? Cole Bishop.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he went to the Bills.
So I'm probably going to end up watching the rest of this, and Miami's not going to do anything. So.
Yeah.
You started to get that sense now? Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Like, I don't think Miami's doing anything else from here on out.
The other. I mean, I guess what's the hope at 158 then? Would it be like Luke McCaffrey maybe?
I think that's just what I honestly don't think. You know what? I'm being dead honest with this. I think the only reason you and I and everybody else is saying Luke McCaffrey is because his last name is McCaffrey and he's related to Christian McCaffrey. Quite frankly, I feel like at this point they're just going to take the most athletic players they can find at any position.
Well, listen.
McCaffrey's not super athletic.
Yes, he is.
Let's. I want to go to one thing that Greer said in his press conference.
Trey Benson for the Cardinals
a couple of weeks ago. He specifically said, they talked about the draft board and things like that, and he said, well, your draft board gets picked apart in the later rounds, like it just gets destroyed by teams taking players. He said, so what we look at on the other days of the draft in the later rounds is filling out depth at positions. He said, and the first two rounds when you can kind of control, or the first round and first few rounds where you can kind of control what you get. He said that's where we go best player available. Now, I'm not going to argue over the pick players that they had being best player available, but I think when you look at that philosophy, and we should have seen this coming, but when we look at that philosophy, I think he's like, this is a high value position, a premium position, both of them, edge rusher, because that was the question last night. I think that Coach Eric got was about the positional value. And traditionally, positional value has always been left tackle, edge rusher, cornerback, and quarterback. Well, Miami's taken two of those in this draft. And I think they are looking at like these are best players available, even if they don't do anything in the first year, because they're going to be pieces. We expect them to be pieces for a long time. And that pick at 158 is the guy that we're filling out depth. So maybe that's where they get a defensive tackle, and you can compete with all the other list of guys that they have to get on the roster and win a spot and get some snaps. So to answer that question, who are they going to take at 158? They're going to take somebody to fill out some depth. That may be a receiver or something else, and it's probably not going to matter either way. So
that's true.
So Commanders.
Brandon Coleman.
Okay.
So even and that's one thing I'll say about Christian Haynes is he's 6'2". He's not a fit for a lot of teams. He would have made a good fit for Miami. He's a zone blocking guard. Cooper Beebe's still there. I mean, they can make a move up and get that guy. I hope they do. At this point, I'm resigned to that. They've punted on the wide receivers, so they're going to get Odell Beckham or who's that other guy they brought in? Tyler Boyd. Or who's the guy that Las Vegas cut? The little slot guy. I wanted to say Shipley, but it's not Shipley. It's
Renfro?
Yeah, him.
So he's still available, by the way.
Yeah. And one other thing, I don't know if this will get mentioned or people care. Tuesday, any free agent that is signed no longer counts against the compensatory pick formula.
No, those are already set in stone.
No, they're not. They could sign a guy today, and it could count against the compensatory pick. It's basically the Tuesday after the draft. So Tuesday, they can sign anybody they want for anything they want, and it does not affect the comp pick formula. That's something I learned this year. That's very interesting.
Yeah, that was new to me this year also, with all the information around the comp picks and the way that Miami was maneuvering that.
I feel like because of these compensatory picks, quite frankly, it feels like everybody gets the sense that Miami's done making. They're done attempting to make any moves at this point. They tried to get into the first round. It didn't work, and I feel like they were ready to punt on this draft as a whole, like the whole draft. They did not have a lot of picks to work with, and so they were just looking at this and saying, we're going to get just the most athletic players that we can possibly get. Try to push all of our eggs into the athletic superstar basket. Pray that some of them develop into the next year, and then with more draft picks that will be available in 2025, then we'll try to take the draft seriously and pick guys that might be good.
I mean, I want to ask this, if anybody noticed this about the trades that's happened tonight versus last night. Does it seem to me that teams can move down last night at a cheaper cost than they could do? Like, teams can move up. I think the most expensive pick was the Lions gave up a third last night to move up with Dallas. Everybody else traded for like Jacksonville traded down, and who I forgot who moved up to 17 with them, but whoever that was got gave up like a sixth or fifth or something. Yet tonight it seems to me that all these teams like, oh, you want to move down 10 spots in the second round, you got to give up a third and some stuff. It just seems to me that tonight's been more expensive that way.
You know, it almost makes me wonder if maybe the draft is if these deals are moving away from like purely pick-based value of like 17 versus 23, for example, and more of like this. I really like the players on this board, or and that's possibly some of the leverage that's coming into play here. Is we know X, Y, and Z players are on the board that you want, and it's more about individual value to teams than it is a uniform value overall with the picks themselves. But I did notice that it's an interesting thing to monitor. I don't know if that's going to be a trend that continues. Surely I don't see it happening on day 3 that teams are going to be giving up significant value to move up or move down.
Yeah, so I wonder if we're getting to the point where there's a big drop off in the talent, on everybody's board. Like I'm looking at, the board that I have that I made myself, and we're kind of getting to the end of the guys that I, would kind of pound the table for and really, really want to have on the Dolphins. And I wonder if that's the same thing that a lot of other teams are running into now, where yesterday it wasn't as high of a priority because there's still a ton of talent left on everybody's boards. But when you start running out of those guys that you have a lot of conviction in, there might be a little more urgency to get back up into these, 50s or 60s to get those guys before, maybe 75 talent really starts to dry up, and, teams are going to be looking to trade down again and costing a lot less to come up just because the talent's not the same.
That's a good observation. I would agree with you. I think that's why we've seen teams like, I've got to get this guy tonight, whereas last night they're like, whatever. If he's not there, if I don't get my guy, I can get him somebody like that tomorrow. And now that player. So do you see that big of a divide, like the top 70, 75 players, and there's a gap to the next group?
I mean, I'm never going to sit down and individually scout 200 or 300 players. But when I'm looking at the names that I have on my board, the names are starting to run out. So I don't think like predictably that I could have said that, at pick 70 or 100 were where things were going to dry up, because there's always going to be guys that go higher or lower than what you have on your board. But is it starting to play out, and we're getting to a point, where there's probably less than 10 guys that I would say are left that I would be interested in Miami coming up to get. And I think that when you look at other boards, you're going to see something similar, because even NFL teams, their boards don't necessarily have every single player in the draft. They're going to have guys that fit their schemes. There's going to be certain guys that don't make it onto their boards at all for, a multitude of reasons. So as you start to see that board go and you start to get towards the end of those guys that you'd really like to have. So like if you're picking at pick 80, for example, and there's only 5 or 10 guys left that you really want to come out of day 2 with, then maybe you do try to trade up to a 60 and get one of those guys versus waiting until 80 if the difference is that big. And that's just me and my board and the way that I'm seeing it right now, that there's just not a whole lot of names left that I'd want to come up for. Maybe some of them fall a little further, and I'd still be excited for Miami to come up for them. But, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 15 picks, almost all of these names are gone. And they're, then we're kind of in that scenario. We're just sitting here and talking about all the other teams for the rest of the night.
Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of, I guess he kind of, and Coach Eric kind of hit the nail on the head. And it's probably why you did see that mad flurry of trades in the second round, and probably why you did hear the Dolphins tried to move up as desperately as they did in the first and potentially part of the early second round tonight. It just didn't happen. This was a draft that a lot of teams probably came out saying we want as many players in the top 50 as we can get. And after that, it becomes a crapshoot. It's the draft. The hit rate is the hit rate. You're not going to hit on a lot of these guys, especially round 3 and on. So you may as well focus on, especially in a year where the draft is strong in really high value positions like tackle, like wide receiver, like quarterback was this year, where you have 6 go in the top 12 picks. It makes sense why that would be a really appealing option for teams, is if you've got a draft full of, at least early on, really good talent at highly productive positions. Yeah, you're going to want to prioritize getting into that early part of the draft. Absolutely. And it is unfortunate there. I think Lewis's prediction about what happens the rest of the night is probably right, because of what Coach Eric had to say about there's just not a lot of really tempting names to move up for, given what it's going to cost you from 158. There's just not there. Maybe if a few guys fall, I don't know how long the fall for a guy like a Christian Haynes is going to be, like a Christian Mahogany is going to be. But I don't foresee it being very long from here.
Yeah, I don't either. I kind of, when you see Brandon Coleman going off the board, and then I see Caden Wallace went to New England, he's not a lineman that I looked at. So he's listed as an offensive tackle on the draft board here. I don't know if that's how he projects, but I wouldn't be surprised if Brandon Coleman kind of started the run on guards, and we see Haynes and Mahogany and even Cooper Beebe, going off the board here soon as well. And there's also, there's such a big gap between 55 and 158 that the Dolphins could realistically, even if they don't trade back up into today, they could still trade back up into the 4th round tomorrow and still be moving up significantly from 158. The 4th round starts at pick 101. So there's still a lot of room that they can move up and get additional picks that are more valuable than what they have, at this moment.
Are we out of spoiler territory at this point? 70 picks in. Are we there yet, or are we gonna wait until, or is that strictly a Saturday thing?
I'm good with whatever. I'm not gonna keep up with my phone to keep up with spoilers, but I'm not necessarily against it either.
Okay. I mean, well, yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm not just gonna spoil them then. But I'm getting them because at some point I just want the picks to come in as quickly as possible. After a certain point, I'm like spoil as many as you can after the first round. If you could just print the draft out and just send it to me, and I can just read it, that'd be great. After day one, for the most part, that's kind of how I feel about it.
Andrew Phillips. That is not a guy I'm familiar with.
I'm familiar with him because I read some PFF stuff on him, but that's about it. And see, the board was breaking in such a way that Miami had their pick. I mean, other than JPJ going before them, I mean, it was a run on defensive tackles. It was a run on cornerbacks. It's just nothing Miami was really necessarily that interested in getting. This dude just jumped over a car. Like I have to like take my time when I get up off the couch.
Right?
That's crazy.
And not having that third round pick, I think, just hurts. So I hope Atlanta gets the book thrown at them with the
right.
tampering crap.
You know that's not going to happen though.
I don't know if maybe people know this. I don't know, but Roger Goodell, when he came into the league, he worked for the Jets.
Oh, I did
He
not
was
know
like
that.
he was like an intern or something for the Jets.
Interesting.
Isaiah Adams, see, like I said, I think we're going to see the guard run here. I'm surprised some of the names. I'm surprised the order that these names are going in.
Yeah, the draft is getting a little funky here.
Well, I think part of it here too is that when you get into, these third round picks, that you're really looking at scheme fit type guys. So everybody's going to value these guys a little differently.
Yeah, I mean, you're also outside of. I mean, once you get out of the first two rounds, you kind of leave consensus too, just because the deeper you go into the draft, the more variation there are between teams, but that kind of paints a picture of, at least for me, like, I mean, I know we wouldn't have thought of it at the time, but I think we can say now, if the Dolphins, and maybe this is just me trying to put as positive of a spin on it as I can, but if they would have taken Christian Haynes, hindsight says that probably is a reach at 55, because there have been no other guards taken since then. And it's just one of those things. You don't know what it looks like in hindsight.
Well, there's been Brandon Coleman.
That's true.
On the
Brandon
ESPN
Coleman
site was listed as a guard.
And that dude that just got drafted.
Well, I think that was Isaiah Adams. I think was listed as a guard.
You're right.
By NFL Network. It has him as a tackle on ESPN. So now you're getting to the point where you don't even know where guys are tackles or guards based on which site you're looking at.
Well, that happens every year too. That there's always somebody that we as fans like highly value that goes way later, and somebody we don't expect that goes a lot higher. Generally, it's not the Dolphins taking that guy, but I don't think Chop Robinson was a reach. I think a lot of people had that as a prediction that he would go in that range. I think that the Paul pick would be one that people were just like, where did that come from?
But that's kind of where I had Paul rated, though. I mean, I had a second round grade on him. If I my pick, as we were talking there, was Cole Bishop. If it wasn't going to be Cole Bishop, then my next choice for the Dolphins would have been Kingsley Sua Mataya at tackle, and he was going to be the exact same situation as what Patrick Paul is going to be, a guy that is probably not a guard, developmental tackle, somebody that we're looking at for 2025. So, like I said, personally, I'd have taken Kingsley over Paul, but based on where I had Paul rated, 55, sounded pretty close to what I'd expect. I'm definitely interested to watch more of Paul. I think that the game that I watched of him when I was doing my evaluation was Texas Tech, and he really wasn't tested a lot in that game. Obviously, with him being a pick of the Dolphins, and I'm going to be going back and probably watching half or more of his games from last season and trying to get a more in-depth opinion of him. That's kind of what I did with Robinson today. But I'm interested to see how he performed against some other competition. But I can see the upside with Paul. So do you guys? Let's put this out here. Is there a guy right now that you guys would want to trade up for? Right, we've talked about getting into this 7,500 range where talent might fall off for the right price. Do you guys have somebody that you would hop up for and get?
I mean, not having that 4th round pick hurts. So if I don't know about tonight, it depends. I think I'm of the mentality of like, all right, if the guy's not there, he's not there. If we lost him, that's fine. If he gets picked at 94, it is what it is. If you start tomorrow and that guy is still there, I'm sending 158 and whatever I need to feasibly to get to that top half of that 4th round and say, hey, this is a guy I've really targeted. I thought he would go in the 3rd, but he didn't. Now he's here. I'm going to go get him. But as far as tonight, I don't know. I mean, the guys that I've liked are still there. So obviously my thought process is different than everyone else's. So.
Yeah, I think if you get to 85, 90 and Roman Wilson is still there, I think that's when the conversations really start to happen. For me. But it's just so hard to envision a world where he's there in that range for me.
I didn't think he'd make it past 37, so what do I know?
Right, and that's the thing is like we're all over here flabbergasted. Guys are already at 73, and we're like, I don't think he'll make it to 85. We were saying that at like
former Dolphins legend Don Aponte.
Ooh. Don Aponte. Oh my God. What a name.
There's another guard going off the board.
I don't know about you guys, but I kind of got one of my favorite websites when I started getting into draft stuff was Walter Football.
Mm-hmm.
I still go to Walter Football. I don't necessarily take his grades or his evaluations as high as I used to. But I still like to read stuff. He gave the Dolphins an A grade for Patrick Paul. So it says, I'm all for the Dolphins using resources to protect Tua Tagovailoa, given the injury history with a talented quarterback. Patrick Paul could have gone more than a dozen picks earlier than this, so I really like the value. So they had him going earlier than 55. So I don't know. I mean, 3 yards per carry guys don't like him. Walter Football likes him. It's just it's a
Again, I think part of that problem is that, again, it's not a question of whether Patrick Paul can or will be good. The problem is that he's not going to be good today. He will be good tomorrow, if that makes sense. That's the problem. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say Patrick Paul is a guaranteed bust. He could very well become a very, very strong, very talented player. But that's after Teron Armstead and Butch Berry have had their hands on him for a whole season. And they've, again, rebuilt his mechanics from the ground up. That's the problem. So if Walter Football likes him, it's because he likes the potential. He likes the upside. He likes looking at what he could potentially be given time to develop. We, as Dolphins fans, and probably the 3 yards per carry guys too, are looking at him and saying, okay, that's fine and all. What does he do for us right now? And the answer is absolutely nothing. And that's the problem.
Well, I mean, but I've already seen great evaluations from CBS Sports. They gave it a C. I've read some other stuff that I think NFL.com gave it like maybe a B or a C. I don't remember, but it was something like that. So I mean, it's the grades are all over the place for this. So I was just mentioning that because I saw it. I was expecting to see like a D or something or an F or whatever. And then I saw it and it's like an A. I was like, oh, well, he thought really highly of the pick. So it was just an interesting.
I mean, Patrick Paul at least in this draft cycle, seemed to be a pretty polarizing prospect. There are some people out there that really like him, but
yeah, I actually had seen some people that had him in the first round.
Yeah, he tweeted that he tweeted. I think he himself tweeted that he said, "Yeah," he said, "I might go in the first round." Basically saying something. Y'all don't think as highly of me as the league thinks of me, or something like that. So, I mean, if there was one thing, if I could have a make a wish kind of situation where I could get anything that I wanted, I would love to have a situation where I could sit down in the draft meetings and the scouting meetings in these rooms and just listen to these guys talk. Like I want to see what they see. And, when we hear these prospects, I want to hear them say, this guy that I like is horrible because of this, this, and this that I didn't even pay attention to. Or reverse. Hey, this guy's really good because watch what he does right here on these reps that, well, you might look at it like this, but this is how we look at it, and this is what we value. It's interesting to me.
Yeah, that's a fun conversation, and I think the same. Like anytime that I have a guy on my board that is lower than what the consensus seems to be, I try to go out and I try to find why that is. And a good example of exactly what you're talking about was that I had looked at Christian Haynes a while ago, and I like him. I don't like him as much as some other people do. And then one of the guys I looked at more recently was Christian Mahogany, and I really like him. I don't think he is as much of a scheme fit, but he is a ass kicker in the run game. He is going to create movement, get things moving, and I have him above Christian Haynes on my draft board. But I know that Alf from the 3 yards per carry guys, he's very high on Haynes. I know that he wanted Haynes at 55. So I messaged him, privately, and I'm like, hey, I know that you're really high on Haynes and that you like Mahogany, but I kind of have them flipped. Why do you have Haynes higher? And what he came back to me with was because Haynes has one of the best anchors in pass protection that he's seen. And I took that and I went back and I watched Haynes again, and I see that. And I agree with that Haynes does have a very good anchor in pass protection. And Alf said, I want that for Tua. And I can see that argument. So, for Alf, if he's valuing Haynes' ability to anchor and pass protection over Mahogany's ability to create movement in the run game, then I can absolutely see why he would have those guys flipped from where I do. So those are fun conversations to have.
Yeah, and it's so weird because I've heard things opposite of like, oh, this guy's good in the run game. Oh, this guy's better in the passing game for the same prospect. And it's what you see versus what I see. And I mean, I like to think of myself as I kind of know some things about what I'm watching, but I don't consider myself anywhere close to anything beyond a novice. So, yeah, it's just interesting to me. It's like, all right, watch this guy's foot. Like, for example, this is something I learned watching Mike Mayock, man. I don't know that he was great as a general manager, but he was so good as the TV analyst because he could just do this stuff. Like one thing I would have never thought about that they look at for offensive tackles, ankle flexion. What? Ankle flexion? Yeah, if that guy can get in his stance and his foot is flat on the ground, he has good ankle flexion. If his heel is off the ground, his ankle flexion's not as good. That's limited flexibility. Who thinks of that? Like, seriously, do we as fans like, oh, well, I don't want that crazy tackle. Look, his feet. He's on his tiptoes. He can't get his heel down. That's poor ankle flexion. That's limiting this thing and this thing. No, we don't think of that. It's just these interesting little tidbits. One thing I heard from Kurt Warner, he said, a lot of people will see a player throw a pass across the middle behind the receiver, and they'll say, oh, that was a bad pass because it was behind the receiver. And he was like, well, no, watch it, and you'll I've seen Tua do this. He'll throw behind the receiver, and when you see it, here comes like a safety or a linebacker coming up. If he throws ahead of the receiver, he kills that receiver. That's
that's right. I don't even need to add Hussam. He's the new producer. Okay, Hussam's going to produce for a while. I'm going to hide in the background. Ladies and gentlemen, Hussam Patel, who actually just finished talking to Patrick Paul. So, Hussam, I'll let you take the lead here.
Of course, guys. What's up, everybody? First of all, I want to get y'all's thoughts on what y'all think of Patrick Paul.
Boo!
Eric, you go ahead first, man.
Who, me?
From my top.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, Patrick Paul, physical freak, maybe could be a really good player, in 2025 and beyond for the Dolphins. My only issue with it is that it is for 2025 and beyond for the Dolphins. That's kind of the theme throughout the panel here, but I'll let the rest of the guys kind of iron out their thoughts a little bit more completely. Duke?
From my bottom is Chris, and then I would really love to hear Eric's thoughts since he's the OL guru.
I'm going to I'll just echo what Eric Weideke said. That's it's about for me it's more about he's not necessarily filling a spot this year or making a major impact this year.
Okay. And Eric?
Yeah, so like the other guy said, this is not a pick for this year. I get the idea of the pick. I like the player. He's not the top offensive tackle I had on the board, but this is about where I had him on my board. And I really like the fact that Chris Grier was at the front of this offensive tackle run in the second round. So in my opinion, even if we don't agree with the pick, I think that we can be comfortable with the fact that the Dolphins got that second tier tackle. They got the top one that they wanted, and that, we weren't fourth or fifth in line like we were back in 2020 and just getting what was left over. I think that Patrick Paul fits a lot of the stuff that the Dolphins do. He's big, he's athletic, he's a guy that can get out in the open field and make blocks like Teron Armstead and Austin Jackson do. But he is a project in the sense that, we're going to hope that he doesn't play much with Armstead. In my notes, I have him as a guy that, could be a day one starter on most teams, but wouldn't be a guy that I go in and just say, hey, you're the starting left tackle. So I think I like the pick. I see the vision with this one. Probably would have liked to get somebody that contributes on day one more so, but I really like the long-term projection of this pick.
Right. I mean, let's just think about this holistically as a whole, right? Teron Armstead, we know he is most likely going to miss at least 4 to 5 games this season. That's what almost everybody projects, and nobody from the Dolphins organization is going to say that. But, we do know that he was mulling retirement, and they needed his eventual successor. They could have gotten one in the first round as well. Possibly they could have traded up to get Troy Fautanu, but that didn't happen. They felt comfortable with Chop Robinson. As for him saying that, he was their top guy on the board, me personally, I'm not going to believe it because that's what every general manager says. Like, hey, I'm not going to tell you what my board was. I'm not going to tell you who were my guys. Like, this is the pick that I made. I'm not going to let it go out, into the public realm. With Patrick Paul, when I first started, listening to him, the way he speaks very eloquently. And he's actually one of those guys, in the post draft media sessions that you're like, okay, this is a great guy, great player, and he really said that he loved interviewing with the Miami Dolphins, and he was very open to taking a lot of questions. I asked him, question just about criticisms of his technique. Usually in this draft process, you don't hear media members talking about technique or their play style, more so congratulating. And he really took it, and he actually really liked to answer this question. And I'll tell you what I asked. I basically asked him that, one of his weaknesses, a lot of scouts and analysts, and Eric, my co-host of the Scouting Combine, we know about Patrick Paul. He's a bit hesitant with his hands. He can't strike that well, and he's not as aggressive. So what he did in the pre-draft process and in the offseason was that, he attacked this weakness, and he worked with an offensive line coach, Big Duke Manyweather, who has trained a lot of NFL offensive linemen as well. He also worked with Teron Armstead 2 years ago at OL Masterminds, and I'll read you what he said. Basically, the correction that Patrick Paul needed to work on was to correct his hand placements, his striking, as well, and understanding his placement on the offensive line and where, his body was. Basically, understanding his landmarks. Eric, you know all about this. You coach football as well. You coach offensive linemen. How important is it to understand the landmark assignments where you are? Violently striking the hands up to the defender's chest and torso area, and making sure your hands are aligned with your feet and how they're moving.
That's huge. I mean, it starts from the bottom up, right? You got to be. I know that when I coach, first step is something that we rep all the time, right? If you don't take a good first step, you're not going to be on a good angle to make your block. And then you work your way up from there, and then you get to the hands eventually. And it's the same idea there. If you don't have good landing spots with your hands, then you're not going to be able to control the defender the way that you may want to, right? So when we look at somebody like a Chop Robinson that we got in the first round, and somebody had asked me last night if I was an opponent going against Chop Robinson, would I be worried about him? And my answer to that was no. And a big part of that was that when you've got a guy that you can almost always say is going to, try to get around the edge on you, then it's going to change where your block, like where your hand placement is going to go, because you're not as concerned about him countering back inside. So you're almost going to influence him to get a little further upfield. We talk about getting the hand on the hip just to escort him up the field further, run him around that hoop, around the quarterback, and just make that speed rush ineffective. And a big part of that is your hand placement. If you're out in front of him and you're reaching for the far side shoulder, that's when the guys can counter back inside on you. So yeah, hand placement is a big thing at any level of offensive line play.
Yeah, of course. And what interested me is when I was reading his bio from the University of Houston is that he took a lot of classes in MMA to help with his vision, his timing, and his reaction time as well. And he currently boxes and does MMA as a hobby and for fun. So you know his hands are going to be active. You know his hands are going to be violent. He just needs that technical refinement, which, you know, a lot of people are saying Butch Berry is great at. And Paul said it himself, you know, he really wanted to play and, you know, be coached with Coach Mike McDaniel and Butch Berry. He's willing to learn, you know, he said it himself that he's like a sponge of information that he wants to learn from Teron Armstead, Butch Berry, Mike McDaniel, and just eventually get better. I mean, this could potentially be a high upside pick, but the work needs to be done and the product needs to be shown on the field as well. All right, Lewis, you can take it back from me.
And that
Alrighty.
the note
Tom,
on the
thank you
MMA
very
is
much.
the MMA note is a really neat one because, you know, along the conversation of hands, you know, something that we work on a lot is the ability for our offensive linemen to work independently with their hands, that they're not just firing out and
Kalen
punching
Bullock to
with
the
two
Texans.
hands. Oh yeah. Yeah, we work on, you know, being able to work one hand at a time. Like if you miss your mark with one hand, to be able to get back in and reset that target without losing complete contact. So the MMA thing is, you know, a neat complement to offensive line play.
Still feeling like Miami's not really going to do anything else at this point.
I have a question since you've watched Patrick Paul. One of the Mayock isms that I remember him saying, it was the Colorado tackle that the Patriots took several years ago. I can't remember his name,
Solder.
but Solder. Thank you. I was watching him at the Senior Bowl, and Mayock was talking about it. He said he can sit in the invisible chair. So how, you know, basically the defensive slide position in basketball. How is Paul? Is he a waist bender? Can he sit in that invisible chair? Does he have good leg bend? Can he get, for being a big guy? Can he get low in his stance when he comes off the ball?
So yes, but he doesn't do it consistently, right? When you talk about that sitting in the chair type deal, one of the notes that I have on him is that his feet can get narrow at times in pass protection, and when your feet are narrow, you can't, you know, using the term there, you can't sit down in the chair when your feet are narrow. You've got to get your feet apart. You've got to be able to get low. And when you talk about these 6'7" guys, you know, they've got to find a way to be able to play with good leverage, because usually you're going to be going against a 6'3", 6'4" guy. So you've got to be able to get down there. You know, talking about the hands again, you've got to be able to get the hands under their pads. But in order to do that, you have to, you know, be able to get your rear end low. You know, sit in the chair to do that. So he can do it. He's got the athletic ability to do it. I forget who it was. It might have been Duke talking about the ankle flexion there, right? That's where that comes into play. That if you can see it, if you can't do it in the stance, then you're not going to be able to do it in protection either. And really, like when you look at a tackle taking on a bull rush, that's where you really see that come into play, because you see them, you know, you'll see the feet jump back, you'll see the ankles flexing, you'll see, you know, almost the arch of the back like a gorilla. You know, you'll see them anchoring down there, and you know, he has that. He's definitely got the athleticism to do it, but he doesn't do it consistently. And if he did, he wouldn't have been there at 55.
There's TJ Hoshimazili. Y'all remember that commercial, right?
Oh yeah.
We've got somebody chiming in the chat. Kareem Williams. He had high hands and didn't always finish plays. Other than that, he's a physical freak. Both are projects. Both are diamonds who they believe they can polish with coaching. Okay, so they're basically saying the word project is too strong. I mean, you
Well,
can redefine it all
I mean,
you want. They still
I
have to
mean,
be
look,
worked on.
nobody, there's not a single player that comes into the draft that is a finished product. So they're all going to need refinement. They're going to need polishing. Just some need more than others. So again, I think for us, and Eric said it earlier, it's about just the this is not a 2024 pick.
2026 pick.
Yeah. But I don't know.
I will say this: both of their weaknesses, both Chop and Patrick Paul, they kind of feed into each other. So I guess they'll be helping each other develop the thing that they need to most. Chop Robinson needs to work on more pass rush moves, and Patrick Paul needs to learn how to deal with more pass rush moves. So first you teach Chop, and then Chop will work on Paul, and then Paul will learn how to deal with it, and then they teach Chop a new move.
Well, one of the things that I noticed about Austin Jackson this year when watching him was they use a lot of run motion in their pass protection. Like they don't use as much just straight drop back passing where as Coach Eric was talking about, running the arc. They will do this horizontal motion on a lot of their stuff. So Coach, with Patrick Paul, how is he in the run game? Like, does he get that push? Does he fit what we've seen the Dolphins do under McDaniel with the run concepts?
Yeah, and that's a great observation on the offense last year because, I would go as far as to say that Austin Jackson improved, right? But more than him improving is him being able to play in this system, right? This system has been more of a benefit to him than the individual coaching that he's received. And you see that when we do get into those scenarios where there has to be drop back passing, because he still has some really bad reps in pass protection. But like you said, the way that they run their protections, the way that they, basically run a lot of play action type protections where it's full line sliding, and we're not just asking him to kick step and, defend a two-way defender, really covers that up in a lot of ways. And it did the same thing for Robert Hunt too. I like Robert Hunt. He wasn't worth all that money. And a big reason why is that when we get into regular pass protection, he still had some of those, hold your nose bad reps where he got embarrassed. But the scheme covered that up a lot. As far as how Patrick Paul fits into that, I think that he fits well. I mean, I had him. Let me find my board here. Right, out of all the tackles on the board, I had him number 6. And there's other guys that went ahead of him, like Guyton, that I even had lower than what I had Paul on my board. So I think that in my board, when I make my board, it's very Miami Dolphins centric. So when I'm watching the film, I'm trying to see how they project into the Dolphins lineup. And that's why, some of the names on my board are either way higher or way lower than what the consensus boards may be, because the way that I look at it is to see how I feel that they would fit into the Dolphins. And like I said, I had Paul as number 6 on my board as far as offensive tackles, and able to run the ball, being able to run the zone schemes where we're asking a tackle to be able to get out there and try to seal a defensive end. We're running the crack toss plays where we're asking him to, get out in open field and run. I wouldn't have him that high if I didn't feel that he was a good fit in that, because those type of things are all primary in my review of offensive linemen for the Dolphins, ahead of the pass protection, which still factors in, but for the reasons that you talked about and the way the scheme is, it really knocks just pure pass protection, down a few notches. And that's part of the reason that watching the Senior Bowl, for example, and even, when I coach and we go to 7-on-7s and our linemen are doing 1-on-1s, that's really difficult for an offensive lineman. When you're playing no pads, just 1-on-1, he knows that it's a pass, and he knows where the quarterback's going to be. Those are really difficult reps for offensive linemen. So I wouldn't knock an offensive lineman down unless he's just getting flat out embarrassed. But if an offensive lineman is doing very well, that's something that may move him up for me. But overall, I think that all those guys that I have as my top offensive tackles would all be guys that I feel comfortable with in the run game. And while I look at the drop back pass protection, that's we're just continuing that guard room. We're seeing a lot of them.
Well, didn't they? Well, they had a Haynes that they had that the Dolphins brought in. That was Phil Haynes. So maybe that's the guy they're going to call up. So
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I've always said, as far as those drills, when people, fans will talk about, oh, watch this guy get abused in this one-on-one drill. I'm like, in OLDL drills, because they talked about it in training camp. It's like, oh, such and such got abused, and they're showing one now. They're like, this OL got abused in one-on-one drills. Liam Eichenberg got beat on one-on-one drills. I'm like, those are heavily skewed to the defensive player. On the flip side, wide receiver cornerback drills, that's heavily skewed to the wide receiver. Yep. And you'll see these wide receivers, they will run like a quintuple move and get open. And everybody's like, oh, it's like in real life, that ball is already thrown and somewhere else. It's not realistic. And I've like that. If you see an offensive lineman just really hold up in those one-on-ones, or a cornerback really hold up in one-on-ones, you've got something, because of like, all right, this dude can mirror and stuff. So, yeah, I don't put much stock in the this guy got beat in one-on-ones in training camp. I'm like, of course he did. That's the rule. I mean, well, Haynes went at 81, and we were wanting him at 55. So yeah, Eric, you're right. That was probably a reach.
Got a question for you. Did I miss Jatavion Sanders getting drafted?
Nope.
I was just looking at that also. I saw Tip Raymond come off, and Sanders is still on the board.
Yeah, that's the crazy. That feels like arguably the crazy.
Now, the name that they just showed up there on NFL Network, Theo Johnson. I mentioned him in the mock draft Tuesday night. 6'6", 260 pounds, ran a 4.5. The dude can block. If he's sitting there at the end of round 3,
the Dolphins will do nothing.
And that's the guy that Miami wants.
They will sit there and do nothing.
They might. I mean, that's a guy that I would consider at moving up for at that point, because he would basically be your replacement for Durham Smythe ultimately in the offense. And he's more athletic than Durham Smythe.
I mean, there's still a few players we're getting to a point though, Duke, for example, like I'm looking at Peyton Wilson here at the top of this board for PFF, and I'm at pick by pick, I'm caring less and less about the medicals.
This girl looks like she wants to be literally anywhere but here right now.
Probably.
Oh yeah. It's late.
Blake Corum, running back.
And she may be nervous as can be.
Oh, yeah.
You realize that public speaking.
She didn't even have to read the name. She didn't do anything. She just stood there.
She read the name.
She did?
Yeah.
I didn't even see her lips move. I'm not even paying attention.
Public speaking is the the biggest fear that most people have behind death. And I would also move singing in public into that, because that's essentially speaking in public
still
to
speaking.
a tune.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, I asked Alf about Peyton Wilson, and he said he doesn't believe his body's built for football.
I know, but at a certain point, the risk reward there.
So let's say because I asked about 158, and he said he wouldn't draft him, but at 158,
I see these things, and I can't. I don't know, man. It feels like more often than not, the guy gets over the medical. I don't know. Maybe it's because we never hear about the guys that don't get over the medical issues. But it feels like in these situations, more often than not, a guy goes in the 6th round or way later than he should have because of medicals. And, we're looking at it in week 12 and we're like, why did he go so late? What could have possibly been the case?
And, especially with my, and I get it with fans because it's a thing, but if a guy has an injury history, I mean, what's the thing? It's like, oh, that fits Chris Grier's model. The guy gets hurt all the time. And then a guy gets hurt. I mean, look, and I'll use this for example. The four of the top 5 offensive linemen in snap counts this past year were backup offensive linemen. They were not the expected starters at the beginning of the season. 4 of them. You look at Buffalo's offensive line. All 5 of their starting offensive line played 90% or more of the snaps. So Austin Jackson played the most. He was a starter. Liam Eichenberg was next, backup. Lester Cotton next, backup. Kendall Lamb was next. I think Robert Hunt was actually 5th, and he played less than 50% or right at 50% of the snaps. So the offensive line was all banged up. It's just like these positions that we look at, they're always constantly banged up that other teams don't have. Whereas it's like, and there goes Roman Wilson.
Yep.
To the Steelers. I could have picked. I thought that was going to happen in the 2nd round, so good for them. Good value. It's like, Buffalo has like a 3rd string linebacker get hurt, and in Miami it's like, oh, there's all of their starting guys get hurt. So it's just a thing that we seem to focus on because it seems to hit us. But I mean, I guess it happens to every team, but I mean, think about it like this too. Like Tua gets hurt when the Dolphins are in the thick of things. Justin Herbert gets hurt and they're 5 and whatever and not in contention. So they're like, yeah, just sit him. Who cares? So I don't know, man. I just have it. I get the fan base with the injury thing, but I'm in agreement. I mean, if it's like this guy's got some talent, if he's there at a reasonable spot. But at what point do you take a guy like that off your board? You're like, I don't want this guy at all.
And I've heard Alf's rant on Peyton Wilson, and I think he said he's had like 10 surgeries in the last 5 years or something like that. And I think that was where he was going with the his body's not made for football deal. I guess where I stand on it is that maybe his body isn't made for being an every down player, right? But we get into day 3, we get into 5th, 6th, 7th round picks. If somebody like that is on the board, I would still look at him, especially as a linebacker. And with the new kickoff rules, I think that linebackers are going to, have a little more value because of the special teams. Like you're looking at defensive backs and linebackers can almost always contribute on special teams, even if they're not part of your starting or sub package defenses. You can get them on the field. And with somebody like Peyton Wilson, like if you're saying that his body can't even handle 500 snaps in a season, you're still looking at a super athletic guy, and maybe his role instead ends up being a special teams guy that's only playing, 200 to 300 total snaps a year. And that, if you do that in the third, later in day 3, nobody bats an eye at that type of stuff. And then if he, is healthy for a couple of seasons doing that, maybe then you get into year 3 or 4 and you're like, hey, now you're becoming a sub-package linebacker or a starting linebacker because you've proven that your body's ready to play in the NFL.
I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with it is, listen, in the 5th, 6th, and 7th round anyways, it's so rare that you would get a contributor that if there's even like a 3 to 5% chance that Peyton Wilson can be healthy and give you a 10-year NFL career, that's absolutely worth a selection at 158 or further down the board if he's there. If that possibility exists in the ether, then yeah, I think you absolutely take that chance because you're looking at a guy that, regardless of the body, the talent is just going to be, in most cases, far, far superior than what you have elsewhere to choose from in those picks later on in the draft. And so you just take the shot.
Yeah. And I mean, the chances of that guy, even if he's 100% healthy, if you're drafting a guy in the 6th round, the chance of him playing out the entire rookie contract is slim. I mean, what's the average lifespan in the NFL? 3 years. So yeah, you might get that Andrew Van Ginkel at round 5, and you might get Larnell Coleman or Jared Dokes or somebody like that doesn't play that. So if he's there and you get a rookie contract out of him, and that's all you get, you've won. That's a successful draft pick. And I get that a lot of fans want to, I used to be this way where it's like, oh, well, they need to draft this guy in the 6th round, and he's going to be a super duper star. And when he's not, you're like, well, that guy's a bust. I'm like, well, I've tempered my expectations. Those picks are probably not going to be successful. They generally aren't. And for every one you find, there's 20 others that don't. So, yeah, I'm kind of with you. I'm like, yeah, and if it doesn't work out, it was a 6th round pick.
Right. There goes another guard. Zach Zinter.
Yeah, I think Miami's done with the offensive line at this point.
I'm starting to think the Dolphins are done, period.
Now, listen, I will say this about Jatavian Sanders. If he's there if he's there at 158, I'm good with that.
Did they have to really, add the insult to injury by showing the forfeited pick right there? Did they have to twist the knife like that?
Oh man,
for Football Focus did, absolutely.
That's crazy.
At least ESPN just
skipped it.
Yeah.
Eagles traded to what? To San Francisco. What, did you think it was going to be Miami? Nah.
Well, we only got what? 1, 2, like 14.
Still got 14 picks left to go.
Yeah, it's up 100's the last pick in the 3rd round, so.
Yeah, but even ESPN guys are starting to spoil picks now. I think we're going to start to see it really move.
That's the one thing about day 3 I'm not a fan of, is just the fact that, like, you'll see them and they'll be on the broadcast, and it'll be like 3 teams later and they're on the clock and we haven't got the pick in yet.
Yeah, I've got the ESPN site up here that seems to be updating pretty quickly with when the picks are made. I'm interested to see how that looks tomorrow, whether it's actually updating as the picks are made or whether they're waiting until they talk about it on the TV to update it.
There goes Dominic Pooney, who we accidentally picked during the mock draft. And he went before Christian Mahogany.
Oh, there you
There you
go.
go.
A little bit of
Vindicate,
foresight
and
there.
the 49ers did it. It's not like a bad team did it.
Did I miss
That's
that?
And it's a team
he's
that
listening
runs
to
the
the
same
tackle.
scheme.
Yep. I trust the 49ers.
And their starting right tackle, Colton McKivitz. He was chosen with Miami's original pick in 2020. They traded a couple spots, and the 49ers took Colton McKivitz with Miami's pick.
I do remember seeing that.
The worst part about the 2020 draft that still bothers me is that Trent Williams went for like 2 third-round picks. You mean to tell me you couldn't have traded the pick that you used for Noah Igbenogany to get Trent Williams?
Well, I think the problem there was that Trent Williams was very unhappy in Washington, and we've talked about character concerns with some of the rookie draft prospects, and I think that may have been a factor there, was that teams just felt like he may be very difficult to work with, and he just fell into a perfect situation there in San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That whole medical situation in Washington was so bad, dude. Like, if I were them, I would have taken whatever deal just to kind of do right by the guy at that point. Like, and in the end, I think that kind of is what they did in getting the value that they got for him. That whole thing was rough. Niners at 86. They took Puny. Niners at 86. They took Puny. Yeah, who is still on the board here? I'm kind of shocked about I mean, I was a little lower on Troy Franklin than some of the other wide receivers in the class, but I'm shocked to see him still here this late in the third round.
Troy Franklin, Adisa Isaac, Jatavion Sanders, TJ Tampa still there. Devontae Walker, if you want to talk about wide receivers, Javon Baker, Johnny Wilson, Jalen McMillan.
Yeah. Javon Baker might be a guy that, just based off of the pre-draft reporting, if he's a guy that's sitting there, if he lasts to maybe like 110, 115, maybe there's conversations there about the Dolphins moving up into that kind of a range for a guy like Baker, given it seems like they've got a good amount of love for him at that spot. Personally, I really like Tez Walker. But I don't think that's just gonna. I just don't think that's gonna line up with where the Dolphins are picking and where he's gonna end up going.
Who has to work tomorrow?
No work, but kids' activities. My daughter's got lacrosse tomorrow.
I got to work tomorrow.
So I've been looking over the Patrick Paul numbers, and it's just interesting to see how well he falls into the mold of offensive lineman that Greer has drafted. Since 2016, he is not with the exception of being the tallest by an inch and having slightly smaller hands, everything falls in within the range of what Greer has drafted in the past. I think he was also in for a 30 visit. I had sent out a tweet earlier today kind of talking about some of Greer's draft trends. And I know one of the things was that he was really heavy on drafting seniors on day 2, which is exactly where Patrick Paul falls. And I think there was also a tendency to draft. So the only non-Power 5 conference guy that Greer has drafted on day 2 was Robert Hunt. So there's a lot of clues here with Patrick Paul that, fit him in to what would be expected on Greer's draft board. And kind of along those same lines, there's a couple of edges that I like a lot that I think fall into that. Well, one that I like a lot that matches a lot of the athletic profiles is Brennan Jackson. But another one that matches the athletic profiles I don't feel has quite as good of tape, but he did visit with the Dolphins at the Combine and also did a 30 visit with the Dolphins, is Austin Booker. I'm not sure where he's going to end up going at this point, but that's a name that I would keep a close eye on.
Insane.
If Miami were to trade up. I think that he fits in a lot of ways as to what Greer could be looking at.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind a Booker pick at all. I actually really like Austin Booker as a guy I would even have considered if they had moved into the 3rd round. But I think he ends up probably as an early day 3 pick. But I mean, what do I know? The draft has gone sideways at this point. But Austin Booker, I mean, I love his bend off the edge. I think he'd be a good fit, even if they've already taken Chop Robinson and people might not feel that edge rusher is an immediate need. He's still going to be a guy that's going to be a useful player for the Dolphins in 2024. Like edge rusher is a position where it's more of a rotation anyways, especially when you go back and you look at Baltimore and how they used their pass rushers and the way that they kind of doled out their snaps. It was a lot more by committee approach rather than, we're going to have 2 or 3 guys that play 70-80% of the snaps here.
Yeah. And another breadcrumb along those same lines is that right now, Shaq Barrett and Chop Robinson are the only 2 edge players that we know are healthy on the roster right now. All signs point to Jalen Phillips being ready for the season, but whether he is ready at 100% or whether he's ready on a pitch count are 2 totally different things. But even if Jalen Phillips is healthy, you still only got three players on the edge right now. And Chris Greer talked about on day 3 is where you kind of fill in your depth pieces. So
technically that's not
if
true.
I were a betting man,
they still have
how is that not true?
You have Jalen Phillips and Shaq Barrett, and you have Chop Robinson, who you have established as edge rushers. That doesn't mean they're the only guys. We've talked about Zeke Vandenberg a couple times, and part of me is wondering, well, are the Miami Dolphins trying to take that situation seriously?
Yeah, and
that's the thing. A lot of this boils down to young players that the Dolphins have on the fringe of their roster who they're looking at and saying, yeah, we can develop these guys into something legitimate.
Yeah, but I think unlike, when you look at the defensive tackle situation, a lot of those guys are guys that have NFL tape. And I'll admit that I, may have overlooked Zeke and Quentin Bell a little bit because I had them listed as linebackers on the sheet that I'm working on versus edges. And part of that is that I know nothing at all about those guys. And if you do know more than I do, then you can feel free to share anything you know about him. But just based on what I know, the there's 3 guys that I feel confident are going to be on the 53-man roster. Well, to start, right? I think that once Bradley Chubb and Cam Good get healthy, they're going to be on there as well. But I feel pretty strongly that there will be another edge player in addition to Chop Robinson added as part of this draft.
Vandenberg actually finished top 3 in his school in career sacks over there. So he was definitely
What school did he
somebody
go to?
Vandenberg went to Illinois State.
Okay.
So again, I know it's not necessarily anything spectacular, but
FCS school.
Elijah Jones.
As an App State fan, I used to watch a lot of Division 1 AA or FCS ball. So, you can get some good players out of there.
Is Zeke Vandenberg one of them?
I think his problem is just length. He's not a super big, super long athlete, and that hurts you as an edge rusher, particularly in the pros. I mean, sometimes it works that way. I mean, if I recall correctly, Cam Wake was not a edge rusher at Penn State. He was an off-ball linebacker, and he went undrafted, made the Giants training camp, got cut, went to the Canadian Football League, and the guy up there saw how great of an athlete he was and said, "We're turning you into an edge rusher." And then in 2 seasons, had 29 sacks, defensive player of the year, and comes to Miami. So sometimes these crazy things happen with those players, and they get maybe they move Vandenberg into like some kind of off ball type position or something and make a switch, and it works for him. So I don't know, but I wouldn't put any eggs in that basket.
I mean, I technically wouldn't either, but I'm thinking that's part of what Miami's doing.
I'm going to say I think maybe they look at Keon Smith as a guard. They like him.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that move either. I like Keon Smith and what he has done in his limited opportunities. Obviously, the team's going to know a lot more about what he's done in practice. But I think that bringing back Lamb was a sign that they felt that he wasn't ready to be even the swing tackle this year. And then drafting Paul, kind of limits the opportunities at tackle. So seeing Keon Smith try to go to guard is something that I'd be really interested to see.
And he's a guy he's a bigger player for a guard, but he's a really good length as well. I think he's got 35-inch arms at 6'5". So really interested to see what would happen there. Ryan Hayes is another guy that they might try to move. I don't know. They've got some options, and I would rather see somebody like Keon Smith move to guard. But I don't know. The one thing about the draft where it used to be on Saturday, it started at like noon and went to 7 p.m. and it was done. This, pushing midnight stuff's not for us old folks.
We're gonna get out of here earlier than we did yesterday, at least.
Well, these picks move quicker.
Yeah, these picks here are moving a good bit quicker.
Yeah, but I got to wake up earlier.
Yeah, that's tough.
Okay, I'm just gonna hide in the background for these last 9 picks. So y'all keep talking. You guys know more about the draft anyway than I do. I'm just gonna make picks in the background until it's time to go home. I'll close us out when the time comes.
Sure thing.
Is that Captain Jack Cheesehead?
I didn't know that was a thing.
Let's see what NFL Network's doing here. See what they're running.
Tyron Hopper. Did not watch him.
Jim Hopper.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Unfortunately for my Mountaineers, I don't think we'll have anybody drafted this year.
Didn't
Mountaineers?
Oh, Appalachian State.
Oh, I thought you were saying
I
West
was about to
Virginia.
say, and then I remembered.
Yeah, although they've got some decent players. I wouldn't mind the Dolphins looking at. But speaking of receiver, a guy that if he shakes free, I would like them to look into is Jalen Virgil. Was an undrafted free agent, went to the Broncos. Can return kicks. He's 6'1", has 4.3 speed. Had a an almost touchdown in I think it was a touchdown in preseason, and he hurt his leg, and he went on IR for the year. So, I wouldn't mind them taking a look at him if he gets cut.
Not familiar with him. Is he a big receiver? Is he a speed guy? What kind of receiver is he?
He was a return specialist at App. He did not get a lot of run as an actual receiver, but I think he's like 6'1", 200 pounds, 4.3 speed. So you're talking about he's a special teamer in Miami, but he's got the speed to make it work. And you can use him in the return game. So he would be like your wide receiver 6. So I wouldn't expect anything more than that. But he would be a guy, like I said, just because he does have that deep speed, and he does have some wiggle. I want to say he was the guy that had a kick return against Miami when App played Miami a couple years ago.
Okay.
I'd have to look up the stats on that game. It's been a while, but I think he was the guy. The other guy that I know when they played Penn State, a guy that had a punt return was former Dolphin legend Darrington Evans.
Oh, running back.
Matter of fact, the Dolphins have had a couple of Mountaineers on the roster for over the last several years. Daniel Kilgore was one.
Oh, I didn't know he went there.
DeAndre Presley was on the Dolphins for a minute.
He was a running back also, wasn't he?
He was a receiver. I want to say they tried to move him to cornerback.
Okay.
He was the quarterback at after Armani Edwards left, and then what was his name? He was a punter for the Dolphins back in like the 90s. But anyway, it was like I think after Reggie Roby.
90s punters are not my specialty.
Mark Royals, that was his name.
Okay, I remember Mark Royals. I'd have never guessed him, but I remember the name.
And of course, Kendall Lamb is an Appalachian State guy. So.
Oh.
Yeah, he is.
So let me ask you guys this. We've talked about Jatavian Sanders a few times now. Where are you guys at on Julian Hill? Do you think that, Miami may be less inclined to draft a tight end because they like the upside they have with Julian Hill combined with, Johnny Smith and Durham Smythe already?
Yeah, I think I personally I'm okay with the tight end position as it is, considering the fact that I know they felt like and the tape kind of bears it out. Julian Hill was a pretty good blocker last year, in his first season with the team, and he's got really good athleticism for the position as well as it's just a matter of really kind of getting him. He's that developmental piece. He's one of those guys that might need a year or two of kind of seasoning. But I think that they like the upside of a Julian Hill a decent amount. I think adding Jonnu Smith this year kind of like that's the thing. I would have been cool with a Jonnu Smith Durham Smythe 1-2 combo. I think Jonnu Smith, Durham Smythe, and Julian Hill as your third guy there. Maybe they pick up an undrafted free agent, but I unless you're getting a really solid talent at tight end, and I don't think it really exists in this year's draft outside of the tippy top guys. I'm cool with sitting with what they have.
Yeah, I think Julian Hill to be an undrafted rookie from a small school to make the roster over guys that they signed. I mean, one of the first guys they signed in free agency was, and the name was just like
Fortson? Jody Fortson?
This was last year. Todd Saubert.
Oh, Eric Saubert from the Broncos?
Yeah. So he was like one of the first names. He was like one of the first guys they signed in free agency. And Hill made the roster over him. He got reps over Tyler Croft. And so I think that, when you get a guy like that, you want to keep him and you hope he develops. I mean, there was growing pains because he was an undrafted rookie, but yeah, I think he's tight end 3 right now.
Yeah, that's a good point over some of the guys that he beat out. I mean, Tanner Connor was another guy that the Dolphins had shown interest in developing, and Hill seems to have jumped him. And Saubert was a guy that when they signed him, and I went back and looked at some of his film, I liked him. So seeing Hill jump guys like that, makes me interested in his upside. Adisa Isaac, good. Chop's partner, going to Baltimore. So I guess they are kind of looking for the same type of players.
It's a thing.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Yeah, this mentioned Owe.
Oh yeah.
Now that these two are going to be compared, because it's like, all right, well, we got the Baltimore defensive coordinator.
Yep.
Although one was a first round pick and one's a third round pick, but
I spent a lot of the last 24 hours watching a lot of defensive Penn State film to watch Chop Robinson, and when him and Isaac, and I'm drawing a blank on the name, but number 11 for Penn State, when the three of those guys were on the field together, that was a ton of speed that caused teams a lot of problems between the three of them. And I'll be interested to see how the Dolphins deploy Chop, because when they did get into passing situations with those three speed guys, a lot of times they would move Chop as a stand-up over the center, kind of like a zero technique, but not down in the 3-point stance. But they would line him up over the nose and rush him from there. He wasn't overly effective at it, but definitely seemed like Penn State had some confidence um, in his ability to do that. And he also was used dropping into coverage a decent amount. Now, there wasn't many balls thrown into his coverage, so whether he can actually defend a pass, I'm not really sure. But just in terms of watching him drop into coverage, like he's a pretty fluid athlete in space as well. So I think he's a guy that we're going to see be used in a lot of different ways. One thing watching him drop into coverage that I was interested in would have been his ability to, spy a Josh Allen or a Lamar Jackson, those type of guys. I will say that one concern I had was that his open field tackling left a lot to be desired. But, maybe that's something that can continue to improve in the NFL. But like we've talked about with him, like he's got the stuff you can't teach. You can teach a guy how to tackle. You can't teach a guy how to keep up with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, and you can't teach that burst. You can't teach that explosiveness. So.
That's the thing that I think a lot of the fan base doesn't quite understand with a guy like Robinson is I think that the terms athleticism and freak get thrown around so often that they kind of lose a little bit of their meaning as we consistently do this throughout the draft. Like even if Chop isn't the most refined rusher in the world, his athleticism is like he is a freak among freaks. He is special enough that they will try to get him on the field just to go and be a disruptive athlete. And that's kind of, at least in year one, what I think you'll see them do and kind of get creative in how they want to deploy him as a guy that can create havoc in different spots along the defensive line. Like this is a guy that just through there. When he does figure it out with the pass rush moves, watch out with how good he could be. But this is a guy that I think the athleticism, at least early on, gives you a floor of a guy that's going to come in speed packages, and really create solid. Like that's the thing. Everybody wants to hit on. I don't want Andrew Van Ginkel, being my first round pick, but Andrew Van Ginkel was always around the football. If there was a big play being made on defense and a turnover being forced, more often than not, Andrew Van Ginkel had something to do with it. He was just one of those guys that was always around the football for this team. I promise you, Robinson makes a couple of those plays within the first 6 weeks of the season or so, everyone's going to love the pick.
Something I did not realize until I saw the stat. Andrew Van Ginkel had more touchdowns than any tight end on the Dolphins roster last season. The Dolphins tight ends were the only. The Dolphins were the only team that did not have a tight end and have a receiving touchdown all year.
That's wild. I figure they have one by accident at some point.
They got really close. My TV's messed up. They got really close. I think it was week 1. I think Tua rolls out and throws a pass, and Durham Smythe is in the area, but it's slightly behind him. But the pass was intended to River Craycraft. So River Craycraft caught the touchdown, and Durham Smythe missed out. So that would have been it. One of the things about Chop that I watched a video on him last night was that something they were talking about. So we didn't have a lot of sack production, and that's a big thing. But the term that they used was stat socialism at Penn State. Basically, everybody got a cut of the stats. So no one guy had like a major stat boost while somebody else had very little. It was like they all got equal amounts. So that was the term they used. I didn't know if you noticed that from any of your film study that was kind of a thing.
Yeah, I could see that because, like I said, when those three were on the field together, there wasn't one guy that just absolutely dominated. But when you have three guys that are, just that much more athletic than almost any college offensive line that you're going to find, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's may not get home and get a sack, but somebody's going to get close enough to affect the throw in most cases. And I did see a lot of that, the pocket was collapsing pretty quickly, and it wasn't necessarily just one guy taking over.
Mm-hmm.
And that, one thing that I kind of have a question about with Chop Robinson is that I felt like he ran himself out of the play a lot of times, especially in the run game. Like he would just get upfield and an offensive line would just latch onto him and just run him upfield. But Chop Robinson does not seem like a guy that doesn't care. So I almost wonder whether the Penn State scheme was designed to try to let him use his speed to win, and that they basically told him not to worry as much about the run game. You can't ignore it completely, because he does have some good, rushing defense snaps, but it's not consistent. A lot of times he's picking a side and just trying to get penetration, and sometimes that works. Sometimes you get big plays out of it, but a lot of times it doesn't. So I'm not sure how much of his lack of production in the run game or his lack of counter moves is scheme versus how much it's him just being underdeveloped.
Mm-hmm.
Because he does, like, listening to him talk and stuff, like he seems like a very good personality and somebody who wants to get better.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that just doesn't match up with the lack of even attempts at counter moves. Like sometimes you'll see a guy who is a speed rusher and he'll try, throwing his hands trying to get a counter move and it just doesn't work. And Chop just doesn't do that. Like Chop just tries to either run around the edge or he's trying to slant inside hard, but there's not a lot of hand usage. And part of me wonders whether it is just the way the scheme was in Penn State, that's all they wanted him to do was to run through a gap and use that superior athleticism and see if he can create some big plays.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that's probably going on that we just as fans will never know.
Yeah, and that's a big thing too. Like, I don't expect Patrick Paul to play on the right side, but I did find it interesting that Greer mentioned that Paul can play on the left or the right side, even though it's something that he never did in college.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the type of stuff that when they can get them behind the scenes, get them in a personal workout, and they can see their footwork on both sides of the ball that we'll never have access to. So there's always going to be stuff that we as fans don't have access to that teams are making choices based on.
And there went my nose tackle. That lack of a third just hurts.
Yeah, it does. This was not a great year to only have 5 picks.
We have 6.
6. Well,
yeah,
2 that matter.
Yeah, 2 that matter.
158 might.
That 158 is organic. One of the 6 is the Dan Feeney trade, and then a 7th.
Can't wait to see how that pick conveys, so we can finally see who won that Dan Feeney trade.
Yes.
Which pick number was that? Was that 184 or 198?
184.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Well, if Miami wants to get up into the 3rd round, they've got a couple picks to do it.
Yeah, this is where those future 3rd round picks actually have some value.
Yeah, and that's I've thought for a while that that's what they might do with some of those, because I was just counting up the picks next year. I mean, they have 8 picks, and then you add in the 2 third round picks, and you're looking at 10 picks next year, which, you know, I don't know if they necessarily want that many picks. So there could definitely be a good opportunity to use some of that. Well, you can't use the comp picks, but you could use your organic third to do that. Or, well, and we're getting down to the point where I wouldn't want to give up a second to move up. But I mean, if they did want to use a second, I think that the value of a second is pretty close to the value of 2 third round picks. So, you know, if they were to trade a second this year, then next year they could use, you know, their third and one of those comp picks to recoup that. But again, at this point in the draft, I don't know that you'd want to give up that future 2 to get back into this part of the draft.
No.
Right.
But I think the very top of the 4th round is always an interesting place, because once the picks are done tonight, you know, the GMs across the league are going to be talking, and, you know, those top teams in round 4, your Carolina, Seattle, New England, their phones are going to be ringing off the hook, because there are guys that GMs are watching right now that they may want to come up and get, and not being constrained by the time of the draft here and having the overnight cycle to talk, you know, those are going to be some premium spots, and I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, a few of those picks at the top of round 4 changing hands as we get into tomorrow.
So what are some names of guys that that are kind of left that would be at the top of that 4th round that you would like to see them go after?
I mean, Troy Franklin's a name that I have up there for wide receivers. I have concerns about how he would be a scheme fit. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw that. That got spoiled for me, but I wasn't happy about it.
Yeah, so Franklin's a guy that I like. I just, you know, after I had done my board and I got to thinking about what I really feel like a third wide receiver would look like for the Dolphins, I don't feel like he is necessarily in that mold. A Tez Walker or a Johnny Wilson are a couple of guys that are still on the board at wide receiver that I feel would make a lot of sense in what I would see as a third wide receiver. Tight ends, you know, Jatavian Sanders is really the only even remotely highly rated tight end I have, but I've kind of soured on him a little bit more recently. One of my favorite guys in the draft that I was kind of surprised didn't go today is Christian Jones, the right tackle out of Texas. I don't know that I see him being a pick for Miami, just especially with getting Patrick Paul. But he is a guy that I really like a lot. As you get into the interior offensive linemen, you got Mahogany still on the board that I'd be, you're getting into a point where it's great value to get him. And then the other name that stands out to me on the interior line is Bortolini out of Wisconsin, who's another very athletic guy that has good tape. And I'm not sure why teams aren't higher on him. He'd be an interesting guy with versatility. That intrigues me for Miami. I already mentioned the edge rushers that I like in Brennan Jackson and Austin Booker. And, probably the last one that I'm looking at would be Kyrie Jackson. I'm pretty sure he's still on the board from Oregon at cornerback. And even though corner may not be a massive need for Miami right now, we're getting to the point where, I think that Kyrie Jackson is a great value. And like I mentioned before, when you talk about linebackers and DBs, those are guys that even if they aren't part of your normal defense can play special teams until they earn that role on the defense. So those would be the guys that I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see where he would go, and if Miami would be willing to make that move.
Yeah, I mean there's a handful of guys. Mahogany's still on the board. I think you make a great point about a guy like Tez Walker, or even a Johnny Wilson, as freakishly athletic as he is. Maybe they circle back to trying to make physical wide receivers into tight ends again. That's something that they've done the last few years at that position. Malik Mustafa is a guy at safety that I think could be an intriguing option for them here in day 3. Obviously, Jatavian Sanders, if they want to go the tight end route. There's still quality talent to be had here in going into day 3, but I think a lot of it's going to be gone here pretty quickly in day 3. So if they don't move up, early into the 4th round, I think they may as well just stay put where they are. If they're not getting into the top, if they're not getting into the first 20 picks,
just trade everything they have for future picks. There goes Luke McCaffrey. So screw that noise.
Oh, wow.
Let me see. I'm gonna look at a couple of receiver names of guys that. A couple guys here: Javon Baker.
Yep.
Malik Washington, Jacob Cowing, Brendan Rice, Jamari Thrash. There's just some names they can get. I don't know that they're necessarily guys that are going to make an impact immediately. But I think you've got some potential with those guys. Some of them are smaller receivers, so they're kind of like the same as what you have on the roster now, but you might be looking at as like a future wide receiver 2 down the road.
I think there's value in that.
I agree with you
too. In those smaller receivers. I mean, like I said, wide receiver 3, I see being a bigger guy, but I think that there is value in getting a smaller receiver that has the speed also, even if it's a wide receiver 4, 5, 6. The Dolphins had Waddle and Hill on the field way too much last year. And I think part of the problem with getting them off the field is that when you got the other guys that were on the roster in their place, it completely changed the timing of the offense, because Hill and Waddle get to points in their routes way faster than anybody else that we had on the roster last year. So I would be intrigued in adding somebody that may not be near the same player as them, but at least from a timing perspective can keep the offense similar when those guys are off the field. And, my guy for that would be Tulu Griffin. Is a guy that, has return ability and I think would fit nicely in that role.
Well, if we want, we can talk about this more on a later show. I don't think we're going to be streaming anything tomorrow, mostly because I'll be at work. So, everybody, we appreciate the time that you've spent with us. Duke, Eric again. I appreciate everything. And once again, it's been a fun time. We will see what the Dolphins do with those late round picks. Honestly, at this point, I think they might. It almost feels like might as well just trade everything out and wait to try again next year.
You don't want some more development guys for 2025?
2028? No, at this point, it'd be 2028. Like, they'll finally start being good in their last year of being a rookie on the rookie deal. All right, that's going to be it for this show. Make sure you go to prizepicks.com, use the promo code 5. Go to Jersey 305, use the promo code 5 on that. Get 10% off your purchase. Let's see if maybe in 15 years you'll be able to get Chop Robinson's jersey on Jersey 305. All right, everybody, have a great night. We will see you all next time.
Thanks, guys.